The countdown to the race has begun. Race fans, if you remain standing and if you've already sat down, please rise again. Raise your sign and turn your attention to turn 3 and join Bank of America as we salute our troops at the Bank of America 500. Race fans, please help us welcome 20 servicemen and women representing all 5 branches of our armed forces. Stand up and cheer for these brave men and women for each message displayed tonight. Bank of America will donate $1 to military memorial. Keep standing, race fans. Here they come. Hold your cards up high and let them see your support. Thank you, Bank of America. They're coming at you now. And we want this to be a special moment, not only for these members of the armed forces, but for all of our military members around the globe. Representing the Army for Fort Bragg, Army Airborne Corps, Private Kyle Chapman, Staff Sergeant Yorkie Winter, Staff Sergeant Stephen Newell, and Sergeant Dale Bryant. Representing the Marines from the Weapons Training Battalion and Wounded Warrior Battalion East at Camp Lejeune, Staff Sergeant James Smith, Sergeant Thomas Stevens, Lance Corporal Anthony Ray, and Sergeant Joseph Clever. And representing the United States Navy from the Navy Recruiting District in Raleigh, North Carolina, Petty Officer Second Class Zachary West, Petty Officer Second Class Jonathan Campbell, Petty Officer First Class Justin Wilson, and Petty Officer First Class Scott Jordan. And Brian Howard, representing the United States Air Force, from the 440th Airline Livery, Technical Sergeant Richard Liddy, Senior Airman Tabitha Brisson, Senior Airman Marcus Walker, Master Sergeant William Daniels, representing the United States Coast Guard, 5th District, Mid-Atlantic, Chief Electronics Technician Ryan Moore, Intelligence Specialist, First Class Eamon McCullough, Volkswagen Mate, First Class Joshua Wilkins, Yeoman Second Class Corey Cole. A special thank you to North Carolina National Bank for supplying tonight's convoy vehicle. Thank you, lady fans. You just helped Bank of America salute our troops. As a thank you for participation, Bank of America is donating $1 for every person expressing their faith. Hashtag children. Welcome your program marshals, representatives from the United States Armed Forces. Coast Guard Master Chief, Ronald Petronico.
Who doesn't enjoy a nice weekend at home? Welcome to Charlotte Motor Speedway, the unofficial home of NASCAR and so many of its teams. Tonight, it's also home to race 5 of the Chase. We are happy to have you along for the ride as we get ready to go green here in Concord, North Carolina. I'm Nicole Briscoe alongside Rusty Wallace and Brad Doherty. What are you looking out for tonight?
The top three guys that I'm looking at. I mean, Jimmy Johnson, Earnhardt, Brad Key. I can't look at just one thing, Nicole. It's all of these guys because I think 2 of them are not going to make the cut. I'm really worried about that for them.
So much on the line with the championship in this.
For me, it's going to be engines tonight. You know, as it gets cooler and as we get a lot more grip as we go into the night, the valve train takes a beating. A lot of sustained high RPMs, 200 miles an hour. Let's see who blows one first.
Plus, we've had rain to see who can manage those tires. Let's go upstairs to the guys in the booth, Alan Bestwick, Dale Jarrett, and Andy Petrie.
All right, Nicole, thanks. So as we get ready to go with the middle of the 3-race contender round in the Chase, for those drivers who had trouble last Sunday in Kansas City, tonight becomes about just one thing.
Well, this format was set up for one thing. That's about winning. There's 11 drivers out there that know that this is their opportunity before they head to Talladega next week to get themselves through to the next round, and that's by winning this race tonight.
And on a very difficult racetrack with such high speeds, what's it going to take to win?
Yeah, if you want a case study on what it takes to win when you have to, Casey Kane and Kenny Francis had really proved that at Atlanta. They're really good at getting their car right when it needs to be at the end of the race when the track conditions are quite different than they are when the race starts. This one's going to be the same way. It's a track that really changes. You got to keep up with it. Kenny Francis and Casey Kane are some of the best at doing that.
Casey Kane's one of those drivers that's outside of that cut right now, that's outside of that top 8. He has an outstanding record here, as does a number of those other drivers with wins. Brad Keselowski, Jimmy Johnson have wins. Dale Jr. is the one that doesn't, but he told us yesterday on the air he thinks he can win this race tonight. So that would help every one of these drivers get their way into that next round.
So some things to watch for in tonight's race here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's a 500-mile race, 334 laps around this very quick mile and a half. The cars are fired up. They're on the racetrack, and we're closing in on the start of this one tonight. Let's get some stories on those who are competing in tonight's race from those who will cover them down on pit road. Here's Dave Burns.
So, Alan, when does a broom become a shovel? A win by Jimmy Johnson here tonight would complete the 2014 Charlotte sweep and would dig the 48 team out of a huge hole. A 40th place finish last weekend couldn't come at a worse time and leaves him last among the championship contenders. But tonight, he's at his second winningest track. And Jimmy Johnson could move forward if he can get a win here tonight at Charlotte. Vince Welch.
This is a critical race in the championship hopes of Dale Earnhardt Jr. After the bad luck in the 39th place finish a week ago, having a good night tonight simply isn't good enough. Crew Chief Steve Letarte says we need a victory. And yesterday, Jr. showed that confidence simply saying, we're going to win. Jerry Punch.
Well, tonight the 2 car actually sits 22 points back of the cutoff here with only 2 races remaining in the contender round for NASCAR's playoffs. And last week he was one of 2 favorites to hit the wall with a tire issue at Kansas. Tonight he can't be too cautious or too aggressive because he needs to not finish too far back. If he does, he'll have no chance to win NASCAR Sprint Cup Championship number 2. Here's Jamie Little.
Well, Doc, 1 week ago at Kansas, Kevin Harvick abruptly pitted while running 5th during the race. He thought he had a tire issue. It turned out there was no issue at all. Crew Chief Rodney Childers told me he should have done a better job communicating with his driver all race long to let him know they didn't have a tire issue. So tonight, with tire wear being a concern once again, he will be communicating with Kevin Harvick to ensure there's no false alarms. Alan?
All right, Jamie, thanks. Heavy rains late this afternoon here at Charlotte, and some of the track drying equipment still working the pit lane of the speedway, so not quite ready for the start. NASCAR Race Control just telling the spotters and drivers that in 2 more pace laps, they will give the green flag and get this race underway. Going to be a competition caution at lap 25 because of the heavy rain this afternoon, which brings up the topics of tire and tire wear, something on the minds of a lot of the teams and crew chiefs that we spoke with down in the garage this afternoon.
Well, tires been on everybody's minds after last week especially, but last night in the nationwide race we saw that the tires, especially the right fronts, were wearing a little bit excessively. The cars were moving up the racetrack using that higher, greener racetrack, and in the first run we saw quite a few of these tires peel that cord away and unwind. It's a spooling of cords on there that starts to unwind, and a couple of cars had those problems. Brad Keselowski was one of them. He overcame it to win, but that's still on everyone's mind today.
Yeah, I talked to a number of the drivers. They said they saw some of that happening in the last practice yesterday afternoon as they started to widen out this racetrack quite a bit going to the top, and we saw a lot of that last night. What can a driver do to ensure that he doesn't have that problem? Well, you can back the corner up a little bit. You can be a little easier, and I think that that's what we'll see here at the beginning as they get that rubber back down. But there are things that the driver can do, but they're all very, very nervous, especially those drivers vying for a championship.
And while they continue to work the final moments of the track drying process before we get the race underway, let's head back down to the pit studio. And Nicole, Rusty, and Brad.
Well, DJ just said something about it. The drivers can do something to make sure that they don't have a tire issue tonight. You've been in the car too many times to count. How would you approach the opening laps of this race so that tires don't become an issue?
You just can't run the car hard early. You really got to kind of back your corners up, kind of run the car around 90 to 95% in my opinion. If you bomb the car down in the corner early on, you're going to abuse that right front tire. Look, we've had a lot of rain here. The track is real green. Stu Grant from Goodyear was here earlier telling us that, hey, look, we're trying to tell these drivers to be easy on the tires. Don't get too aggressive in air pressure, but
give me a
drive
percentage.
the car about 90 to 95%, about 90%.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things is the drivers really and the teams have to adhere to the air pressures. I mean, you're looking at about 54 PSI on these tires, and a lot of these teams, believe it or not, run these tires down around 50. And I know there's spot checks on pit road, but you don't always get everyone. You've got to adhere to the minimums that Goodyear gives you because this is very, very deleterious because the track is going to be green and they can absolutely eat some of these tires
I tell you what, when a director of Goodyear Racing, Stu Grant, comes into our studio and sits down with us and said, hey, look, we're concerned that these drivers are going to drive too hard earlier, it's a big concern.
I like the word that Brad used, Alan, pressure, because it's going to be the word of the night, just with tires. And then, of course, there's this whole championship battle going on as well.
I thought you were going to ask me to talk about deleterious, and I was going to be a little lost on that. Here are the championship standings and how they look entering the middle of 3 races. And, of course, the big twist to this is that it's Talladega next Sunday. So that's the wild card race where anything can happen. People don't want to leave their fate to that race next Sunday. The bottom 4 below the yellow cut line presently out at the start of tonight's race. Now, Matt Kenseth just dropped to the tail end of the field for unapproved adjustments to his car post-inspection, I believe was the phraseology from race control. They had to do a little work on it on the grid just before the start.
Yeah, he seemed to put some tape on that back bumper. I'm not sure if maybe they bumped against something, maybe the generators. I mean, just trying to think of what happened, why they would have to tape that up. But that's not, Jason Ratcliffe's not happy about it.
No, he's saying this wrong. Makes you think that something else happened. How about it, Jamie?
Well, I just talked to Jason Ratcliffe. He was fired up from, as you guys can imagine. I just talked to him and he said there was part of a decal stuck on their bumper. NASCAR went to him and said, you guys need to cut it off. So they cut it off. Now NASCAR told them that is an unapproved adjustment. You must drop to the back. So Jason is upset. He told them we're in a chase for a championship right now, but that's the deal. They're dropping to the back.
So Matt Kenseth all the way in the last row of the grid as the field comes off turn 4 for the start. Pace car is on pit road. Kyle Busch and Jeff Gordon on the front row leading the field down to the start of the Bank of America 500. Kyle Busch leads lap 1, super aggressive on the start. Jamie McMurray in the 1 car and Kevin Harvick in the 4. McMurray went 3 wide in turns 1 and 2. Harvick went 3 wide below Ryan Newman on the backstretch into turn 3.
Yeah, immediately Jamie McMurray went all the way to the top of the racetrack.
The car towards the back of the pack now, the very last car that got into the wall a little bit up in turns 2 and off of turn 2.
That's Brett Moffitt. Dale Jr. with a slide up the track. Turn 4 in the 88. You'll see the cars running through smoke in turn number 2. That's from the pyrotechnics that they used with the command to start engines. It's kind of hanging in a haze here over the racetrack a little bit and not dissipating as quickly as maybe the drivers might like.
That first lap, plenty fast, over 191 miles an hour.
I'm seeing way more aggressive driving and speed than I thought that we were going to see at the start of this race. With everything that's transpired, knowing they've got 25 laps. But they want these 25 laps to be hard laps so they get a really good look at the tires. But it's going to continue to change as this track gets rubbered up and as we go through the night.
Yeah, and still, it's an amazing amount of grip out there right now with the cool racetrack and it's green. That second lap, they ran 192.5 miles an hour. Just visibly fast. I mean, you can just watch them go through the corner. It just looks so fast.
Talked about McMurray in that 1 car just ahead of Eric Almirola that we ride with. Jamie started in the 18th position, went 3 wide in the first couple of corners. He's already up to 12th as Kurt Busch, 41, picks up 6th position on Ryan Newman, 31.
Yeah, Kurt Busch actually set the track record the other night in the second round of qualifying. Wasn't able to back that up in the final session, but he does hold the track record for fastest lap around here. Been fast in all the practices, as has his teammate here, Kevin Harvick, in the 4th.
Kind of a shock compared to recent trends, where Kevin Harvick's won the pole for about every race lately and led most of the laps. This time Harvick did not qualify on the pole, started in 7th and is trying to work his way to the front. But again, the 4 car very, very fast in race trim, and look for him to contend for the lead pretty soon.
And what we saw right there, Kevin, trying to make that pass on Denny Hamlin in the 11 is going to be things that we're going to see throughout the night. These cars are extremely fast. They rely a lot on aerodynamics and getting all the air on the cars, the nose and the spoilers. When you get side by side, some of that gets taken away, makes it more difficult to attack these corners.
That 3rd car in line, Tony Stewart. This is about the best we've seen out of him lately. Car really fast all weekend long, had good practice session, qualified good, started off really strong.
Couple of guys to keep an eye on. 48 Jimmy Johnson, 2 Brad Keselowski. Both had troubles last Sunday at Kansas. Both need great finishes here tonight, if not a win, to have a better chance of advancing through the contender round after Talladega next Sunday. Jimmy had some troubles in final practice yesterday. In the late laps of it, he ticked the wall with the right side of that 48 car. They didn't feel the damage was too bad. The team went to work on it overnight. Jimmy kept his starting spot, and he and Keselowski now have to find a way through the traffic and to the front of the pack. Clint Boyer, 15, winner of this race 2 years ago, 2012. Hoping for good things tonight.
See, Jimmy Johnson kind of lost the nose of his car. Got up to the second groove, but able to make a nice enough run there to hold Boyer back behind him. Jimmy was running yesterday when that happened, Alan, right up against the wall. We saw him experiment a lot with the middle and upper grooves, which I think we'll see be utilized more throughout this race.
And he talked about afterwards why he was doing that. He said, if I'm starting this far back in traffic and everybody ahead of me is running the bottom, I'm going to have to go someplace else to pass them and move forward, and I needed to get comfortable with it and get my car comfortable with it.
Here's somebody that's doing it real well. Jamie McMurray started off the first lap. Just went straight to the top of the racetrack, makes a nice pass on Carl Edwards around the outside.
Jamie looks like he's able to go pretty much anywhere that he wants to, but he is making a lot of speed around the top. We saw him do that at the beginning of the race last weekend in Kansas also.
99 Carl Edwards right behind him. Started 10th, running 12th. Just ahead of him, Joey Logano, 22. Winner of 2 of the 4 races in the chase so far. And running 10th right now.
Kind of a freewheeling night for Joey Logano and his team. See Keselowski trying to pick up another spot from Justin Allgaier in 51.
That's 18th place. Brad moving up. Gave up a couple of spots in the opening laps. And now trying to gain that ground back and move forward. Kyle Busch leading. Jeff Gordon closing in on him a bit.
Just how solid has this 24 car been all season long? Almost every racetrack.
Yeah, Kyle's not going to press the issue here right now early in the race, but Jeff Gordon Strong heard a lot of teams in the garage area talk about this 24, the 2 and the 4 were kind of the cars that I heard a lot about that were brought up most everywhere that I went through the garage.
Now, when I spoke with Alan Gustafson, Jeff's crew chief, this afternoon, I said, do you have a winning car? He said, yesterday we didn't. We've made some adjustments. We hope they'll pay off. So far, so good. But it's very early.
That smoke on the back straightaway is real persistent. Seems like it's just hanging down real low from that the pyro we had to start the race.
One of those deals that seemed like a good idea on paper.
Yeah. It's these weather conditions keeping that smoke down low.
We monitor all of the drivers and teams' radios, not hearing anyone complain about it from on the track, nor is NASCAR, and so we stay under the green flag. Just disconcerting, probably for us and the television viewers, as you sweep that camera across there and see the smoke, you're expecting that somebody spun out or something.
Yeah, just pretty much shot right there. You can see the smoke ahead.
Yeah.
From Eric Almirola's car. And you think, well, and if there really is a problem up there, I guess you wouldn't know it.
This is really what the drivers, the teams, even Goodyear was hoping for, that we could get through these 25 laps, all green flag run, to get an idea of exactly what they have to deal with the track here.
Yeah, I think 25 laps is a plenty safe number. I don't think you'll see anybody have any wear issues in that amount of laps, but they will be able to monitor how much the tires wore in that period, and typically it will get much better as they run and put more rubber on the racetrack.
See Harvick take that 4th spot away from Denny Hamlin. You know, the drivers that I spoke with today were encouraged with what they saw last night, that the wear got better as the night went on, but they also were quick to point out that, hey, we didn't get that really, really long run either that created the issues in the first part of the race.
So Kevin Harvick up to 4th, Denny Hamlin back to 5th. And Harvick 3.4 seconds behind Jeff Gordon, the race leader. Danica Patrick 10, Eric Almirola 43. That is for 14th and 15th spot. Kyle Larson right behind them in the 42. One to keep an eye on, shown a penchant lately for his team getting his car better through the course of the race and rallying to the front to be a factor in the finish.
Yeah, it seems like he doesn't really charge to the front early in the race. And sometimes he struggles a little bit, maybe the first, second run, but then they seem to make good adjustments, and he's there when it counts.
I think part of that is the team getting used to each other, but I think that's him maturing too, is understanding these are long races. I can take my time. We're going to have to make pit stops and adjustments throughout the races, and he's just becoming an excellent driver and ready to win one of these races.
Jimmy Johnson's car not handling to his liking, obviously, in the opening laps after Brad Keselowski went by him. Keselowski's passed another car. Now Clint Boyer's passed Johnson, and here's Austin Dillon in the 3 going by the 48. And Joey Logano, 22, passing Brian Vickers in the 55 for 12th place. Or is that the other way around? Let's check here. It's actually Vickers passing Logano. My apologies.
I think probably what we're seeing from Logano is just the opportunity to take it easy here in the first part of this race, not push the issue, not have any problems before we have this competition yellow, and work on his car. He knows it's a long 500-mile race.
Yeah, I'll be shocked if he's not right in the thick of things at the end.
Leader Jeff Gordon has caught the tail end of the field, already put Blake Cook and Corey LaJoie a lap down. That 66 car, you just saw the leader pass slow on the apron, is Brett Moffitt, who was the car DJ mentioned at the tail end of the field that scuffed the wall a little bit in turns 1 and 2 in the opening 2 laps. And he's made 2 trips down pit road now to try and fix what ails that car. J.J. Yaley going a lap down. Here is Kurt Busch rolling forward, looking for a spot in the top 5, trying to pass Denny Hamlin. Kurt started back at 11th spot, so nice progress in this opening run here for Kurt.
You know, kind of speaking of progress as you watch this battle, Matt Kenseth has made a nice run up. He's all the way up to 26th after starting in the rear. Sure that there was probably a little bit of fire under him. Probably not very happy about what he was told about that situation.
And you mentioned earlier Kurt Busch running a lap of 198 miles an hour in the second of the 3 rounds of qualifying here. Didn't get pole position, but has the Charlotte track record and the fastest ever lap in qualifying on a 1.5 mile track in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. So, if you joined us here on ESPN3 to start the race will be going to ABC television in less than 30 seconds. So if you'll transition with us there, our coverage will resume there right about the time the competition caution comes out. We'll catch the first round of pit stops and resume the Bank of America 500 on ABC. Next, Jeff Gordon is the race leader. Live at Charlotte Motor Speedway after that epic football game with 119 points scored and a last-second field goal, finally winning it. The Bank of America 500 has reached a planned caution flag just past its opening 25 laps. Alan Bestwick, Dale Jarrett, Andy Petrie, and our entire ESPN NASCAR team on the scene for you live. The opening of the race has gone caution-free to this point. Kyle Busch led the opening 13 laps. Now Jeff Gordon passing Kyle at lap 14 and leading to a planned caution by NASCAR, a competition caution after an afternoon rain. Couple of things to catch up on that have happened so far.
Yeah, Matt Kenseth here had to start from the rear because of an unimproved adjustment to their car, which was basically a decal, is what we're being told. And you can see crew chief not very happy about the situation.
He went to the back, but he did move forward pretty quickly.
Made up a lot of spots.
And as I mentioned, Kyle Busch in that lime green car started on pole with Jeff Gordon alongside. Kyle led the opening 13 laps of the race, then Gordon rocketed around him and took the top spot.
Yeah, Jeff Gordon utilized kind of the middle groove of this racetrack to make a nice run towards there. Kyle Busch not putting up much of a fight at this point in time for that top spot. That'll change later.
A heavy afternoon downpour here washed the track free of all the rubber that had been worked into it through the week's practice and qualifying. Thus the reason for this competition caution by NASCAR. Pit road open for the lead lap cars here. Downstairs to Dave Burns.
Two ends of the track. Tony Stewart likes his car in 3 and 4. In turns 1 and 2, when it lands and compresses, it's too tight. They'll make a wedge adjustment, 4 tires, Sunoco fuel. Vince?
Jeff Gordon, who pits as the leader, really good early in the run, then started losing the front on entry later in the run. 4 tires and a half round down in the right rear. Doc?
Pole setter Kyle Busch led the first 13 laps and then said the car began to channel the rear and slide up off the corner. Said, I am free on exit when I get back to the throttle. Chassis adjustment, right rear, 4 tires, and he's away.
Going to be some teams play a little strategy here for track position. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s team and Danica Patrick's team going with right side tires only to move up, as you can see, to first and third. So Dale Earnhardt Jr. becomes the third leader of this Bank of America 500 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And as we dive into our coverage of tonight's race, a look at some of the high-definition onboard cameras we have for you to take you inside the action. Tony Stewart has our Mobile One on board tonight. And Clint Boyer has the 5-hour energy camera. Joey Logano, the championship leader, has our Shell Pennzoil on board. And Kurt Busch, who's moved up nicely in this opening run with the State Water Heaters onboard camera. Kyle Larson has the Energizer on board. Eric Almirola carrying the Smithfield Ham Cam. Jimmy Johnson, the 6-time champ with the Sunoco on board, and the leader Dale Earnhardt Jr. has our Nationwide Insurance onboard camera. And under the caution flag, we check down in our ESPN pit studio. Here's Nicole Briscoe.
Well, this is race 5 of the chase, but more importantly, this is race 2 in round 2 of the championship. So after what we saw in Kansas, there are a number of drivers we're keeping a close eye on tonight. Jimmy Johnson, Brad Keselowski, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Kansas did not go well for them, and I know you are concerned about 2 of them.
I really am. I don't think that 2 of them are going to make the transfer. I think just one of them. Brad Keselowski's the favorite right now. He won the Nationwide race last night. He's looking really good. I'm really concerned for Jimmy Johnson and Dale Earnhardt Jr. I think, Nicole, 2 of these people are in big trouble. These drivers are. They're going to miss it. I really do.
Calm down, guys. It's not going to happen. These 3 guys drive for 2 of the biggest teams in all of the sport.
I said one of them are going to make it.
They've got their resources together. They all run well here. I think they'll all finish in the top 5, and the world will be perfect.
It's not often that I agree with our dub here, but I will say this: Brad Keselowski has gone up. He's won races. He's won races in the chase. He's won in Chicago. He's led laps. Jimmy Johnson and Dale Earnhardt Jr. really haven't done that. I mean, Dale Jr. was leading last week, but they haven't done that with consistently.
Well, thanks a lot. That's the reason for my concern right now. The 48's been in trouble all year long, and now of late, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has been pretty inconsistent, although he looked pretty good last week, but blew a right front tire. So we'll see what happens, Nicole.
Oh, all the things we're watching tonight, Alan.
And a lot of them to keep an eye on, Nicole. One special moment that happened just before the start of tonight's race we want to show you because it was really terrific. Thousands of fans rose to their feet here in Charlotte and gave service members and veterans here with us at the track a very heartfelt standing salute. Bank of America is donating $1 for each person expressing their thanks tonight to the Wounded Warrior Project and welcome back veterans. It really was terrific to see. And topside, Alan Bestwick with champion driver and Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett and champion crew chief Andy Petrie. Such a crucial race tonight, and it's really for a lot of drivers just about one thing.
Yeah, it's just about winning, doing whatever you can to make that happen. You know that with Talladega looming next week, you've got to get it done here tonight. And some of these drivers aren't going to be able probably to accumulate enough points after last week at Kansas. Winning might be the only way that they're going to advance to the next round.
And how you go about winning can be the critical thing.
Yeah, it's tough at these racetracks, especially these night races on 1.5 miles. Casey Kane is one of those teams, him and Kenny Francis, that have shown the ability to be able to adjust their car to be right when it's time to be. They've had this early caution and a competition caution to make those first adjustments, but it's going to be crucial to keep up with this racetrack because it's one of the toughest ones. It changes a lot as the night goes on.
Championship standings entering this middle of 3 races in the contender round in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. Of course, Joey Logano with his win at Kansas last Sunday is already through onto the 3rd round. He gets the bye. Everyone below that 8th place cut line is going to be dropped after next Sunday's race in Talladega. Of course, a lot of racing to go tonight and the entire 500 miles at Talladega next week. But that's certainly on the minds of all as we get this race going and get this restart with Dale Earnhardt Jr., the race leader, choosing the outside lane. Kyle Busch through Jr. for the race lead. Jeff Gordon, Kevin Harvick, 24-4, lined up to the bottom of the 88 car. Remember, the 88 took just 2 fresh tires on that pit stop. He was 9th, came out with the lead. Now he's racing for 3rd.
Pretty gutsy call after having a tire problem last week, even though we haven't seen the left sides be the issue. But on a very, very green racetrack to just take those 2 tires.
Yeah, I think the left, like you said, the left sides are not a big concern. You only have 25 laps on them. They did change the rights. And track position is so important. You know, trying to get a little bit cleaner air, I think is a big deal.
Jimmy Johnson, 48. Jamie McMurray, 15th and 16th place. Carl Edwards, 99. Looking to gain a little ground also using the outside lane. Newman 31, Larson 42, first side-by-side in the row. Now that goes out single file. That was for 12th place. Larson picking up the spot. Here's third place.
You can see Harvick get on the bumper there. Really freed Junior up on the exit of the corner. He's trying to make this pass.
So Dale Jr. falls back to 4th place, trying to defend that spot now from the challenge of Kurt Busch in the 41.
We ever do have a tire problem, I won't be able to know it. That vibration is no better from yesterday? No. Terrible. All in the right side, somewhere in the hub or something.
So Dale Earnhardt Jr. talking about a constant apparent vibration in this 88 car.
And I think his concern, what he was saying on the radio, is that if we have a tire problem that is developing, he won't feel it real quickly because he already has a vibration. So it won't be like he can detect a change in it. I think that's concerning.
Well, it makes a long, tough night there for sure.
Real tight entering. Backs out of the track off the corner.
That's probably it sounds like he has there. Tight entering the corner, says it's banging off the racetrack. That's probably the front splitter hitting, causing it not to turn.
Pattern we saw in the first run of the race, repeating itself in the second. Kyle Busch leads for a while. Here comes Jeff Gordon.
It just took a little shorter time for Gordon to get there. This time, I think he was very cautious at the beginning of the race to feel out, see what was going to happen with this racetrack. How much grip did he have and how fast could he really go? I think he's found that out.
Well, his car looks really good right now, but just like I was saying earlier, this is a different racetrack you're going to see later on tonight. You have to adjust to keep up with it. Sometimes if I ever had a really good car at the beginning of the race, it made me a little nervous. I mean, you always want to be good, but you wonder, is this thing going to be right what I need at the end of the race?
Gordon started the race on the cut line in the championship standings. Last driver in. Only 8 positions on the racetrack, 8 points ahead of the first driver out, Casey Kane. So a big, important night for Jeff Gordon here in Charlotte tonight. Just underway in the Bank of America 500, just over 50 miles complete. We're back after this message and a word from your ABC station. Race 5 in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup from Charlotte Motor Speedway tonight. It's the Bank of America 500. And we're just underway across 50 miles in this one with Jeff Gordon out in front. It's Gordon, Harvick, Kurt Busch, Kyle Busch, and Dale Earnhardt Jr., your top 5. And a reminder, if you're looking for Spanish language commentary tonight, the broadcast available in Spanish by activating your SAP button, and it is presented by ESPN Deportes. So during that last break, Kevin Harvick rose to second place, passing by Kyle Busch. There's the gap, first to second. And an update on the now runner-up driver from Jamie.
Well, Alan, you guys were talking about tires last week at Kansas. Kevin Harvick was a driver who thought he had a tire issue. It turned out he didn't, even though he pitted from fifth. So his crew chief told me I need to do a better job throughout the race updating Kevin on his tire wear. So after the first stop, these are his tires. A little bit of wear here on the inside of the right front, but overall he told his driver tires are good, and that gives the driver confidence to move to the front.
Yeah, the one thing that's different this week than last week is that wear seems to be the issue here tonight and last night. Last week it really wasn't. It was more about the structure of the tire and some problems that they had there, but wear is what they're worried about here.
Absolutely flying since the restart. Kyle Larson in this 42.
It doesn't matter whether he's running high or low. I mean, this car's just really trucking through the middle of the corner.
He's got the second best average finish in the chase, even though he's not a part of it. But he's been outstanding these 4 chase races so far.
Sorry, DJ, just going to say he's picked up 10 positions since the restart. That's incredible.
It seems like this car, every time we get an eyeball on him, is going forward. He's passing cars. I bet he passes more cars than anybody.
So Larson just ahead of Brad Keselowski, who's running in 9th place and has again picked up some positions from where he started back in 17th.
To go back just a second on that Harvick deal, I talked to Kevin this week, and no, he did not have a flat tire. He thought it was, but that tire was not going to last much longer. That tire was damaged. He was going to have an issue. He did the right thing, he said, and if I had to do over, I would do the same thing tomorrow.
Yeah, because you saw the couple cars that had the problems, they ended up hitting the wall hard, and they were in the garage area a long time fixing it. He saw that, and he did not want to put his team in that position, and that he made a decision that he's standing by, and I think, really have to say was a good one.
Came back to finish 12th in that race versus 38th or 39th. And Harvick starting this night was 6th in the championship standings behind Joey Logano. Jimmy Johnson, 48. Jamie McMurray 1, side by side for the 15th and 16th positions. With Joey Logano 22 just ahead of them. Logano has been falling back and losing some spots since the restart.
It just doesn't seem like they have this car where Joey wants it, the feel of it. I don't think this is a situation that's just really taking it easy. I think he's not going because he just doesn't feel good about the car.
Gotta be against the wall to have any kind of speed. If I try to bottom, I'm really tight.
Hey, their situation makes it really difficult to have any speed when you're tight here and you're trying to find somewhere to run. On the bottom, you have to put too much wheel in it. That slows it down through the center. You try to move up around the top of the racetrack to carry some speed, but you've got to give yourself enough room with that tight situation not to hit the wall in the center of the corner. They've got some issues there, Doc.
They really do, DJ. In fact, Todd Gordon told me, and I talked to Joey before he climbed in the car, the last 2 times they have been here, their car has been way too free to drive. They wanted to go the other direction to try to make the car tight, figuring it would free up as the night went on. Well, they've gone a little too far, as you heard Joey said, too tight on the bottom, and I've got no speed up top, so they can't get the car to turn. But they'll make an adjustment. Right now, he's got what he's got.
Yeah, I think he is too tight, but this track will free up from everybody I talked to. And I'm sure Todd Gordon trying to stay ahead of that. They're paying the price for it in the early stages of the race right now, though.
We've seen that work out before here in these long races at Charlotte, as conditions change so much on this racetrack over the course of 500, or as in the case of the May race, 600 miles. Joey Logano, the championship leader, running back in 16th place now, already with a pass through to the next round with his win last week.
The Bank of America 500 at Charlotte. Brought to you by Bank of America.
The beautiful skyline of uptown Charlotte, North Carolina, tallest building there, Bank of America headquarters. As we come back to Charlotte Motor Speedway to the north and east of town, where tonight's Bank of America 500 is under green and approaching the 100-mile mark. Next Sunday, what could be the most dramatic race up till the championship finale in this chase, the Geico 500 at Talladega, an elimination race from this contender round at the anything can happen at any time world's fastest speedway. ESPN, 1 Eastern Time, 1 week from tomorrow. There's the gap, first to second. Jeff Gordon to Kevin Harvick, 0.8 of a second. With Kurt and Kyle Busch, respectively, third and fourth, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. fifth. At this point, you'd say the net track position gain for Junior and team. Yep, the right side tire call worked out okay.
Yeah, so far it has worked out good for the 88 team. Looking at Danica Patrick, the other one that took 2, not so much. I mean, she was running 14. She's now 19th as they run.
And Kevin Harvick in the 4 had closed up to about 2 car lengths off of Jeff Gordon's bumper. But as they got in traffic, Gordon's been able to pull away a little bit, and I know this is a longer run than what they had the first time. Just wondering if Harvick has decided to back off, take it easy, see what this set of tires looks like then.
Yeah, because this is going to be looking like a lot longer green flag run. It's obviously longer than it was for the competition yellow. If they have to run a full gas stop, I don't think Harvick wants to be the first one to test those right side tires.
Now, one of the championship contenders, first driver out starting the race, who struggled in the first run but's on the move in this run, is Kasey Kahne. And Dave, he's up to 17th.
Alan, his car was free off on the first run, but they made adjustments for it. And Kasey said it's still a little bit free off the corners, but at least the corner is now connected, so he likes it a lot better. Crew Chief Kenny Francis told me this morning, I'm not sure what direction we're going to go because our teammates were sort of all over the place, and Kasey had his own ideas, but it appears they've chosen right for the 5. Alan?
Well, when you come here to Charlotte and Casey's got different ideas, I believe I kind of go with those because he's so good here.
4-time winner here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And a factor in just about every one of the recent races here at this track is the driver in this 5 car. Now, another story that we've been following through the race, Matt Kenseth's car being sent to the back of the line from 22nd starting spot for those repairs that the NASCAR officials wish them to make. And now he's worked his way back up about halfway through the field, Jamie.
Well, it was certainly a fired-up team to learn right before the start of the race. They had to drop to the back for unapproved adjustments. But he's rallied okay. He started off better than he is now. He's saying he's just lacking front grip. They worked on the track bar on the first round of pit stops. They need to go a different way. He wants more help. He's saying the car just feels stiff on the front end and really can't go anywhere now, Alan.
All right, Jamie, thanks. So Kenseth up to 24th. Again, he qualified in 22nd position, but had to start 42nd at the green flag, and he's gained about everything he lost back. About.
He's had to work hard to do that. That's the difficult thing. It's just how hard he's had to work to get back to this spot.
Now, because Kasey Kahne is running in 17th in the race, and Jeff Gordon is leading, and those were the 2 drivers on either side of that 8th place cut line when we started the race. Look at how the points have accordioned now. Gordon actually would be all the way up in 3rd in the championship at the moment. A lot of racing to go, I know, but just to give you an idea of how fluid the situation will be all night long, look how close it is now for 2 of the drivers that had troubles in Kansas last week.
Yeah, and it changes, as you said, almost with every run that they make here. Obviously, every car that they pass changes their position or has that possibility to do that. See the 22 car hitting pit road here early.
Joey Logano slowing down and coming in from 23rd place for a green flag pit stop. 38 laps after 39 laps after he pitted last.
Yeah, we heard he was tight, and he probably was worried about that right front tire. May have felt something. Here he comes to you, Doc.
Yeah, could not take a chance even though he's in as far as this round of the playoffs. Couldn't take a chance exactly, Andy, what they were talking about. Very tight on the bottom of the racetrack, really leaning on that right front tire. You saw the adjustment there in the right rear. 4 tires, air pressure, going to get it full of Sunoco fuel. He's away 12.6 seconds.
And Doc, as you and I both talked to Logano's crew chief, Todd Gordon, this afternoon, the one thing he said to us they could not do in this tire situation was take a chance on getting their driver hurt. So they have to play those calls conservatively, leading this championship and already having a pass through into the third round.
Well, they're the only one with that luxury of being in that situation. The rest of them have to go after it and do whatever they can. But it's they earned that right last week, and that's what's so great about this format is it allows you to do that.
Yeah, I was just thinking as we were in break about, if this thing goes a full fuel run, one car that I would be concerned about would have been the 22 because he was reporting how tight his car was. And that was the problem we saw last night is the right front tires were the ones that were the issue.
10th place at stake here. Ryan Newman trying to pass Denny Hamlin. Both of these drivers have not been knocking around the front of the pack, contending for laps led and wins, but they've been very steady and very consistent with their speed and their results through this chase so far to advance and position themselves to possibly advance out of Talladega next week.
Yeah, and both of these drivers, in talking to them, feel like that through this round that they can still do that opportunity is there when it goes from 12 to 8, that they can accumulate enough points to get themselves through to that next round. Certainly they would like to win.
Mentioned Danica Patrick sliding back a little bit. She's on pit road, Jamie.
Just struggling with an ill-handling car, saying she's doing all she can. She just can't get around the corner. So they're making some chassis adjustments, 4 tires to help that car. Dave?
Eric Almirola is in for a pit stop. He'll get his 4 tires and Sunoco fuel and be gone.
The floodgates are going to be open on this round of pit stops now, and in fact the top 2 woven up off turn number 4. Jeff Gordon followed by Kevin Harvick down the pit lane here as they complete the 75th lap of this race on pit road. Jamie?
Very first pit box, it's a little damp, so the team warning Kevin when he came in to slide his tires, don't go through the box. He said it's turning well, he just needs a little bit of rear grip, late exit. 4 tires, they'll fill them up with Sunoco fuel, Vince.
Jeff Gordon tight in, loose in the middle, tight off. Chassis adjustment, 4 tire change, and Sunoco fuel for the 24 of Gordon. Dave?
5-car of Casey Kane is on pit road, drove his car up toward the top 15. He'll get a track bar adjustment this time. The back end is too free, he said, still. So they'll make that adjustment, 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, and send Casey on his way.
Kurt Busch took the lead when Jeff Gordon pitted. Now he's on pit road. His brother Kyle follows him in. You see a lot of business down there for the pit crews and the pit reporters. Dave?
Jimmy Johnson had driven up to the top 15, restarted there 15th, so he really didn't make any progress that run because the car was loose in the center of the corners. You see a pretty significant chassis adjustment in the rear window. He'll get his 4 tires, and Jimmy will return to the track. Doc?
And Kyle Busch saying the car was starting to get loose in the rear end, and in the last 4 or 5 laps, he was loose in the front. He was losing the nose of the car. Had to tighten him up, 4 tires and fuel. Vince?
The 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. says it's free in the middle, off the turn. That's where he needs the most help. So they're going to make a chassis adjustment, 4 tire change. It really gets good after the first 15 laps of the run, so they want to make it better for the first 15 laps. Dave?
In the first run, Ryan Newman's car was tight and went loose after they made the adjustments, and then it got tight again. So it's kind of doing that cycle every time. He ran in the 11th position during this run. They added tape to the front and put wedge in that 31 car.
Brad Keselowski took over the lead after Kurt Busch and Dale Jr. pitted. Here's Keselowski down to his crew's attention.
They are being very conservative with camber and air pressure, and you understand why. They need these points to get a good finish. Going to go 1 round down the track bar, right rear. You understand that this car has been very free. They've made an adjustment with the air pressure, left side tires. Flawless pit stop for Brad Kay.
So that'll complete the cycle of pit stops, and Jeff Gordon goes back to the race lead. His lead over Kevin Harvick's a lot more than it was when the cycle started. We'll document that when we come back to Charlotte. Divisional matchup highlights Monday Night Football this week. Colin Kaepernick and the 49ers facing the Rams. It's San Francisco and St. Louis, 8:15 Eastern, 5:15 Pacific on ESPN. And watch ESPN. No other night is Monday night. And a beautiful look at Charlotte Motor Speedway tonight from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything they learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. Grueling demands perfectly defines the Charlotte Motor Speedway, where qualifying was at speeds of nearly 200 miles an hour around a 1.5-mile track. And right now, even leader Jeff Gordon still running better than 183.5 miles an hour. A number of laps in after a pit stop. So Kevin Harvick was 1 second behind Jeff Gordon at the start of the pit stops. Now he's 3.5 seconds behind Jeff Gordon after the cycle of stops. And here are a couple of reasons why.
Yeah, still a little bit damp entering. He had that first pit as you came off the track. He was a little bit cautious right there. You could see he slid the tires just a little bit. Then they had another issue, the pit crew.
Yeah, they had a little hiccup on the right rear, and so the stop wasn't terrible, but it wasn't very quick. Lost a little bit of time. You can see they lost about 1.5 seconds to Jeff Gordon on his 4-tire stop.
And that might not be all there is to the story also.
Still P2 here. And then for all that was at the pit stop, I caught myself going way too fast in a section and had to slow way down because I didn't know where I was. I lost a bunch on pit road myself.
And we saw that. And those first stops, first time that you come in under green. And I think it's probably a spot that Harvick's not used to pitting at. And so he had gotten a little bit too quick there. And that segment knew that he could not afford a speeding penalty. By slowing down, and if you lose 0.5 second or a second, that's way better than what you're going to get with that penalty. Once again, doing the smart thing.
Carl Edwards, Paul Menards, 99 and 27, racing for 16th and 17th. 27 car trying to rally after a penalty on the first set of pit stops, the competition caution for a crew member going over the wall too soon before they're allowed. So that sent the 27 to the back of the line, and he has really made a nice rally from 38th place.
He's got an extremely fast race car under him tonight, Paul Menard does.
Brad Keselowski, Tony Stewart. Keselowski moving forward, Stewart slipping backwards. Brad up to 7th place, Tony back to 8th after starting for Tony in 4th position.
Yeah, Tony had a really strong first run before the competition caution, but it does seem like he's lost a little bit since then.
I don't think any of us would be shocked to think that Brad Keselowski would be a factor at the end of this night, winning this race last year. Good solid run for Tony Stewart, though. He's probably been the best weekend that they've had, from having speed from the start to having a good qualifying effort, running solidly in the top 10 right now, Dave.
And DJ, one of the things I talked to Chad Johnson about is, have you guys got your rhythm back yet? And he kind of smiled and he said, not yet. He said, we got a pulse, we got a heartbeat, we're moving, but we're not where we want to be. The car tonight has been pretty good, and I just looked at the tires that came off of the 14. Tony driving it hard, the car called tight at times, and all the tires, including the right front, pretty solid on the 14 right now.
All right, Dave, so there is Tony Stewart running still better than 180 miles an hour around this racetrack on a 68-degree night here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Jeff Gordon is the race leader. Gordon trying to win a 5th NASCAR Sprint Cup Series championship, looking for another win tonight. We're back to Charlotte after this message and a word from your ABC station. caution out, pit stops on. Vince?
Jeff Gordon, he's led 70 laps tonight. He really likes his race car. 4 tires, fuel, no changes for the 24. Doc.
Kurt Busch said, I am tied in, loose off, need drive off. They're going to do a half-pound air pressure, left rear, and also a track bar adjustment. Kyle Busch saying, I need wedge. They were going to do 2 tires, opting to go 4. So the car feels very sloppy, talking about the 18, and he will be in line coming off pit road.
Interesting. Dale Jr.'s team goes for rights only again, and that is going to be a penalty. That looks like A.J. Allmendinger's team, although the car is still in the pit box. So they'll get away with that one, I believe. Clint Boyer, the reason for the caution, that is trouble out the exhaust pipes. Not too good. Get your NFL Sunday started tomorrow on ESPN at 10 a.m. It's Sunday NFL Countdown presented by Snickers. Chris Berman and the gang with all the latest news and updates from stadiums around the league right up till kickoff. And before you set your lineups, catch our experts as they provide the latest news, injury reports, and predict the top performers on Fantasy Football Now. Presented by Papa John's, 11 a.m. on ESPN2. Both also available live on Watch ESPN. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the race leader, as we're doubled up to go. Jamie McMurray's alongside him. Jeff Gordon third, and Kevin Harvick fourth. Another small hiccup on the pit stop for this 4-team.
Listen to the air inch on this right front. A little bit intermittent, like you're having a little problem with it.
Gun kept shutting off on the right front over and over and over and over. Lucky we come out where we did.
Rodney Childers, the crew chief, reporting to his driver what happened there on the pit stop. 2 cars on the front row took just 2 fresh tires on the right side of their car. Everybody else changed 4. 3 wide to turn 3. Kyle Busch down low as up front, McMurray around the outside of Earnhardt Jr. for the race lead. Looks like Jeff Gordon had all kinds of troubles getting going through turns 1 and 2 on the first lap of racing. Now seems to have it wound back up.
Hey, looked like he slipped as he tried to go back to the throttle down in turns 1 and 2, but got it full bore. Now, it looked like Kyle Busch is having some issues on this restart. He's lost quite a few spots now.
Harvick through to second. And look at that light blue number 2. Brad Keselowski, after the troubles in Kansas last week, came into this with a, if not must win, must run well. Started all the way back in 17th place. He's running 5th and looking for more.
Kurt Busch at 41 running up to the back bumper of Keselowski now. Man, he had a good run the first couple of laps after that restart. Really flying around the bottom of the racetrack.
Kurt to 6th. And maybe more. Looking, rather Keselowski to 6th, Kurt to 5th, now to 4th, underneath Earnhardt Jr.
This 2-tire deal, I'm not sure about. Junior hasn't led once it went back to green yet. Either time he's able to do that. He was able to hold on up in the top 5 the last time.
Going to have a lead change up front here too. Here's Kevin Harvick with a roll on Jamie McMurray. I don't know if he passed go, but he certainly is going. Is it still $200?
As far as I know it is, yeah. That's all I'm ever going to get.
Clint Boyer's car reported retired from the race with an engine failure.
Car smoking off of turn 4. It looked like it
believe it's
13.
Yeah, Casey Mears. A little right rear damage on that fender.
The left rear looks like it's rubbing.
It's not going to last long right there.
Left rear tire rub looks like.
Wow, I don't know what that's all about.
That
Like they're arguing over real estate.
That there's something earlier that leads up to that.
Might be something later too. This tire.
Gotta come in this time. I'm watching on field right now. Keep going. I'm watching. Yeah, come on. Pull it back.
That's a good call.
Yes, that is.
So Casey Mears will have to pit under the green flag. He had just taken a wave around to get back on the lead lap. Half a dozen cars did that at that restart. Mears, Greg Biffle, Stenhouse, Alex Bowman, Michael Annette, and Cole Witt all took wave arounds to get back onto the lead lap. So here's Jeff Gordon running up on Jamie McMurray, trying to get to second place. And behind them, Brad Keselowski has repassed Kurt Busch, and Keselowski running 4th.
Yeah, Keselowski's made a great run towards the front here, certainly. Hit himself. I thought it would take a little longer than this for him to get up inside the top 5, but he'll be a factor here tonight.
So second place changes hands. Jeff Gordon by Jamie McMurray. But he's going to have to use his long-range vision finder to spot Kevin Harvick. Look at the gap that Harvick's put on since taking the race lead in just a few laps.
The Bank of America 500 at Charlotte. Brought to you by Nationwide. Nationwide is on your side. And Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coca-Cola, open happiness.
Already past the 1/3 mark of tonight's Bank of America 500, race 5 in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup here at Charlotte Motor Speedway tonight. Kevin Harvick is the race leader. One of 8 different drivers that have traded the lead 12 times. We check on the driver who's gained the most positions, our biggest mover in this one. Brought to you by Sprint. Remember, Matt Kenseth had to start out in 42nd spot, and he has gained 21 positions through the first third of this race. Stay connected to the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup with the Sprint Family Share Pack. 20 gigabytes of high-speed data to share, plus unlimited talk and text for $100 a month. Learn more at sprint.com/datashare. Pretty good roll for Matt Kenseth in the first part of this race. Pretty good roll for Jimmie Johnson also, the 6-time champion, who started this race absolutely last in the championship standings of drivers still championship eligible after a very difficult race last Sunday at the Kansas Speedway, when Jimmy, while running fairly well, got tapped by another driver and crashed and wound up finishing in 40th place. Then in qualifying here, when he thought he had a shot on the pole Thursday night, that wiggle forced him to abandon that lap. He was only able to get enough speed to start in 21st place. Then at the end of yesterday's final practice, that tap into the outside wall sent the 48 team making repairs to the right side of their car. And yet, here Jimmy is, having rolled his way inside the top 10 in these last 2 segments of the race with a car that certainly appears to have speed to get up front and contend for a top 5.
Yeah, certainly looks like he's got a lot of speed and a lot of drivability about it, in that he's been able to make passes from this inside right here, and if he needs to go to the top, if somebody's running on the bottom, then he's able to do that. A lot of speed in this car.
And so look at that number. He started 27 points behind the 8th place driver at the beginning of the day, and now he's cut that in half through a third of this race. Dave Burns has more on Jimmie Johnson.
Crew Chief Chad Canals told me the team worked until 9:30 p.m. last night to get the right side of that car beat out and to the specifications that could be fast tonight. I asked him, did you have to motivate the team at all? I mean, kind of, talk him up after all that, including Jimmy. He said, no way. He said, these guys are professionals. Whether it's good or bad, they operate the same way, the same speed, and they're going to do a good job. And Jimmy's showing it now. That last run, the tightness was gone in the race car, so they made proper adjustments. And this run, just a little bit lazy on the right front into the corner and a little free off, but he's showing what that team can do.
All right, Dave, pass in front of them. 78 Martin Truex, 42 Kyle Larson. Truex moving up.
Yeah, that's been a trend over the last few weeks, seeing this 78 car up inside the top 10.
Absolutely. And this is the same car they ran last Sunday at Kansas Speedway. Took it back to their shops, which, unlike most teams who are based here in the Charlotte area, are in Denver, Colorado. Martin said, I like the way that car felt. They turned it around and then shipped it cross country here to Charlotte and had it here in time for the opening of practice on Thursday.
Well, that's quite an effort whenever read that they were able to do that. You just don't see these teams run the cars back-to-back races very many times anymore, but Martin really liked this one and shows the effort the crew put forth, paying off for him here once again tonight.
Now, Denny Hamlin started this race in 3rd position. He finds himself running back in 18th spot now, and we check in his pit with Vince.
Well, it's been an interesting situation for Denny Hamlin. Been fighting tight throughout the course of the night with his race car, and they've also had issues in the pits. Their normal jackman, Nate Bowling, you see him there on the right-hand side of the screen, suffered an elbow injury on the 2nd pit stop and had to go to the medical center. So that means they need a backup for that position. The backup is Kenneth Purcell. Good look at Purcell there on the left-hand side. He will go from helping lift the fuel cans to now jacking the car, and they'll have someone else actually assist with lifting the fuel cans. So the depth of this 11 pit team really going to be put to the test. Known as one of the best pit crews on pit road, really going to have to show it and go to work here tonight.
These are athletes that are recruited and trained to service these cars. Their footwork is studied, the weight training, the efficiencies getting around the car, and there are injuries that happen. All of these teams have backups that train as well, farm systems, if you will. And so Denny Hamlin's team has to go with next man up here tonight in Charlotte in a crucial situation.
Yeah, a lot of teams travel these backups for their pit crew, but this being in the backyard of all these teams, most of these guys would be here anyway, so it's good to see they have a good backup ready to go.
And the other thing they're going to have to do is work on this race car a little bit for Denny. Struggling on the track with this 11 car right now.
Started up in third place in this race, as I mentioned before, racing Austin Dillon there for 17th and 18th position. Hamlin, the championship runner-up of a few years ago, coming off a 7th place finish in Kansas City last Sunday. Racing here, trying to get back into the top 10 at Charlotte. Back after this from your ABC station. The Bank of America 500 from Charlotte Motor Speedway for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series with Kevin Harvick leading Jeff Gordon by an even 3 seconds. The Danger Zone brought to you by Nationwide Insurance. A look at the championship standings at this point in the race, where they run on the racetrack in the right-hand column, and what the bubble picture looks like with still 200 laps to go in this one. Kevin Harvick, so strong, so dominant over these last couple of months. And pulling away to a, trouble, Paul Menard.
It went out.
Caution flag is out.
Hey, go to the garage, guys. 4 stands up in the...
That's Slugger Labby, the crew chief. This is his final race, heading the effort for this 27. Talked to Slugger in the garage today. Was hoping to go out with a trophy. They certainly had a fast race car while it lasted.
Boy, that thing really blew up, though.
Yeah, you could tell that he felt something, probably tightening up as he was going down the back straightaway, got down out of the groove. That thing completely let go. He'd gotten up to 12.
See the trail of oil behind it.
Yeah, that's not too good, is it?
Not going to fix that one.
And I see Clint Boyer there in the gray T-shirt, just waving at Menard, walking by like, what? I think that was Clint.
Yep. So feel your pain.
He had the same fate earlier.
Yeah.
Take a little bit of time with that to clean up the apron and a little bit of pit road there where it got oiled down before you could get into that cutoff to go into the garage area.
Yeah. Yeah, expect it'll be a second before we see some pit stops here. So in a moment to remind you to visit Chevy.com to learn more about the all-new Chevy Silverado, the 2014 North American Truck of the Year. Chevy leading this race, in fact running first and second with Kevin Harvick and Jeff Gordon.
We've seen a few teams struggling a little bit. Kyle Busch fading, losing spots. I think there's a lot of cars that need adjusting. Racetrack's in that phase of changing. A lot of guys trying to keep up with it.
One thing that was on everybody's mind starting the race, tire wear, tire concerns, and so on. That has not been a major story that we've seen or heard much about yet.
Yeah, the one thing that's happened, the cautions have kind of fallen right, and then they kind of short pitted to make sure they weren't going to have any issues on the one green flag run that we had that was long enough. Only went about 45 laps.
Going to be a few minutes before pit road is open while they clean up that oil Andy mentioned, both on the pit lane and on the apron where the cars enter the pit road. So we'll take a break here, come back for the action on the pit lane and the restart here in Charlotte. We're back live at Charlotte. Pit road is still closed while they clean up the oil from the Paul Menard car. But Dale Earnhardt Jr. has come in early with a problem on the 88 car. Vince?
Junior radioed in and said the gear shift had broken off in his hand. And there you see the crew member who's leaning in the car trying to reattach the top of the gear shift there that broke off. Certainly obviously something they're not going to be able to continue to race with any comfort or confidence. And Junior had complained about a vibration earlier. Not sure if that's related to that, but that has been his primary concern over the course of about the last 25 laps or so. And then just before this caution came out, he radioed in and said the gear shift had broken off in his hand, headed to pit, whether the pit stops or the pit lane was open or not. They've addressed it. We'll see if they've gotten it taken care of.
That's the problem that Hendrick Motorsports has had before. Whenever Jimmy Johnson having the same issue a few weeks back.
From the way he struggled to get away from that pit stall, I'd say it's not solved yet.
They don't have it on there yet because he was having to get out of there in a gear that wasn't first gear.
Plus, they didn't put the right side window, safety window, back in the car. And Junior, anyway, because he pitted before pit road was open, was going to have to go to the tail end of the line for the restart from 9th position. And we've got 22 cars on the lead lap. He'll be back right here.
what they may choose to do at some point in time is let all the other cars pit to where they can get right behind the pace car as close as they can, and that will give them, and then come down pit road. That'll give them more time to work on this car and try to get inside. It's tough to get in there, Andy, and try to do all that. I know you've been in that position before.
Especially down in where that shifter is broken off. There's a boot, a fireproof boot that goes around the shift lever, so they have to work on it through that, or take it off and get underneath that. And it's difficult to do that quickly.
So after the problems in Kansas City when he had a right front tire failure while leading and crashed into the wall and finished 39th last weekend, Junior, another one of those in a must, if not win, finish well situation here tonight. And just past a couple of 100 miles in this one, he's going to have to give up all his track position and go to the tail end of the line. Pit road's open for the lead lap cars here, Jamie.
And the front changeup for Kevin Harvick. Remember, his gun was malfunctioning last stop. I just asked him. He doesn't have a replacement gun, so he said it has to work this time. They made a track bar adjustment. They'll put 4 tires on him. They'll fill him up with Sunoco fuel. The car has been pretty good, Vince.
Now, the one of Jamie McMurray in traffic, the car hasn't handled the way he wants to. He said when he's got clean air, he really likes it. They're going to make a chassis adjustment, 4 tire change. For Jeff Gordon, tight center, and it's not as comfortable on entry as he'd like. 4 tires and a track bar adjustment, Doc.
And Brad Keselowski a little bit free in traffic, so that's a good thing right now. They put 4 tires on and still add a little bit of wedge in the left rear. He will hustle down pit road. Looks like he may be 3rd off on this stop.
And while all those cars head back onto the racetrack, they're back inside Dale Jr.'s car, trying to fix that shifter handle and get the 88 back in competition-ready mode. Restart coming up. Dale Jr. will be at the back of the line for it. It's a tough luck night here in Charlotte right now. doubled up for a restart in the Bank of America 500 with Kevin Harvick maintaining the lead. On the set of pit stops, Jeff Gordon will be alongside him for the restart. Dale Earnhardt Jr. will be at the back of the line from 9th place to 23rd. They still don't have the shifter handle fixed, and this reminded us of what we saw in Michigan.
Yeah, this is a problem that they've had, breaking that shift lever. I'm not sure what it is, but they should have been able to fix this company-wide when they had the first problem, but it looks like it's reared its head again.
Jimmy Johnson, Dale Jr.'s Hendrick Motorsports teammate, suffering that problem at Michigan in August. Martin Truex Jr. missing lug nuts, had to pit twice under the yellow, drops from 6th to 22nd for the restart. And a reminder during the second half of today's race, our NASCAR nonstop coverage presented by Bank of America. Kurt Busch to second, Jamie McMurray to third, Jeff Gordon back to fourth.
Yeah, I think Kurt Busch has a great car for a few laps on the restart. The last restart, he was able to really truck to the front. Now he's got way up closer to the lead. He might be able to take the lead.
Jeff Gordon's car just seems like it's not that good, especially down in turns 1 and 2 as he tries to get that car up to speed. Loses a few spots most every one of these restarts.
Kyle Busch started on pole, led in the early going, slipped back a little bit, trying to make up some lost ground here, racing for 5th with Brad Keselowski and Jimmy Johnson. Last lap for the race leader, 190.4 miles an hour. Unbelievable. Joey Logano trying to make some time in that high lane. Racing Carl Edwards here for 9th and 10th place.
Oh, you see a big wiggle there from Carl Edwards in the 99. Brian Vickers to the inside there.
Vickers had his hands full in turn 2 on the first lap of the restart, kind of bottled up the inside line.
See, Matt Kenseth has come all the way back to be in the 12th spot now after starting in the rear of this race.
Kyle Larson in the 42 was right behind Vickers when he had his wiggle and had to check up, and cost him a couple of spots as the outside lane went rolling by. 47 A.J. Allmendinger, you got to look at there also. Lead lap, 14th place. Casey Kane's behind him. Look at Larson gas that car up when he got it into that outside lane.
He's fun to watch.
Yeah.
See, Edwards really struggling with that number 99 forward of his right now. They've really just not shown the speed on these mile-and-a-half racetracks. I thought maybe when we got here with the night race and everything that the track was so much grip that they could be a factor with that. But they're sure not showing it to this point, Jamie.
They haven't. I talked to Jimmy Venegas, crew chief, earlier, and he was optimistic about tonight. He said after finishing 5th last week on a mile-and-a-half track, they really felt they'd have something. But Carl has just been too tight. That has been the issues that they've been working and not making a whole lot of progress.
Yeah, Jimmy told me, I asked him plain out, you have a winning car tonight? He said, you know, I think we do. Well, they've got to do some work on it.
Well, I'll have to say this. They didn't look like they had a 5th place car last week, and that's where they ended up. So,
got to run all 500 miles to figure out where you're going to settle, right?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Casey Kane, Matt Kenseth, 5 and 20, racing for 14th and 15th places with Austin Dillon right behind them in the 3. So Dale Earnhardt Jr. had to drop from 9th place all the way back to 23rd, last car on the lead lap for the restart. And they said they still don't have the shifter lever fixed in that 88, and they're working hard now to try and overcome another problem on a night when they have to run well.
Restart third. I mean, we're just don't worry about that, TJ. Yeah, we need to fix this. Think about that. I'll handle the racetrack here. Yeah, man, you handle the track. We'll get you dialed in here.
So Steve Letarte working on the plan and Dale Jr. working on the racetrack. And you see right now he sits back 12th in the championship standings after being in single-digit deficit range earlier in the race. Long night still ahead, though, not even to halfway here at Charlotte Motor Speedway tonight. 153 down, 181 to go in the Bank of America 500. Dale Jr., the championship focus of the moment. We're back to Charlotte after this message and a word from your ABC station. Just shy of halfway in the Bank of America 500 at Charlotte Motor Speedway tonight. Kevin Harvick, the race leader in that bright red number 4. You look down on Kevin from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything they learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. Harvick's opened up a 1.8 second lead on second place Kurt Busch, with Jamie McMurray, Jeff Gordon, and Brad Keselowski rounding out the top 5. Let's go up the speed update. The drivers in contention for the championship and the progress of their nights in the first half of this race. We start with Jamie.
And Kevin Harvick has already led 56 laps, and I'll tell you, the way he's running right now, it's hard to believe. It's been 6 months since this team has been to victory lane. Perhaps they'll change that luck tonight. A couple issues on pit road, but that hasn't stopped him. They went back on their adjustments on the last stop. The car has gotten better, and he is as happy as he's been all night long. Vince?
Jeff Gordon in the 24 car has led the most laps so far tonight, 72, but right now he's running 4th as the handle has gone away on this one. They really like the balance of it early, but since then it has gone away a bit. A track bar adjustment on the last stop wasn't really to Jeff's liking, but they're still working on it. Long way to go. Doc?
Well, Brad Keselowski has been the man on 1.5-mile tracks this year. 3 of his 5 wins have been on 1.5 miles. Even though he didn't qualify well, he said we will have a really good car in race trim, and indeed he does. Right now, he said the car is just a tick for him. That's okay in traffic. He said that's even better for late. By the way, he is biding his time, not going to punish the car in the final 100 miles. Now behind him is the 18 car. That was our pole sitter, Kyle Busch. And man, Kyle said the car has been very, very loose. They came in and put a rubber in the left rear, more wedge in the car. Kyle said the car is loose. I need more left rear spring and I need more wedge to get the car to grip and turn in the corner. Right now, he is struggling with getting the car to turn at all. Dave.
At Charlotte, Jimmy Johnson is a legend. 7 points wins, 4 All-Star wins, still digging out of a 21st place qualifying effort. The car has gotten better. Small adjustments last time, and Jimmy currently running in the 7th position. Ryan Newman's car has been loose early, tight late, but the last time just a little bit tight. They made an air pressure adjustment. He radioed about 5 laps ago. Best it's been all night. Doc?
Man, how about the guy who won last week, Joey Logano? There is Joey in the 22 car. Joey's, the problem they've had here the last 2 races, the car has gotten very, very free. He said, we're not going to have that tonight. Well, indeed they haven't. The car has been very tight all night. They came in and put tape on the grill, made an adjustment with wedge in the right rear, which would free the car up. Still very snug for Joey. Jamie.
And Carl Edwards started the night 10th. We already talked about the fact they thought they had a pretty good car going into tonight's race, but they've been taking big swings at it because it has not been handling the way they wanted. Track bar and wedge adjustments every stop. Carl just radioing in. He can't do anything. He's just loose on the gas. Dave?
Casey Kane started the night 8 points below the cutoff line and has been struggling of late. On the last pit stop, they made 6 adjustments to that 5 car. Tape, spring rubber, air, left front packer adjustment. A lot to try to get this 5 car better. He says he's still waiting on it in the corners before I can put the throttle down. Jamie.
And Matt Kenseth running 17th right now. Remember, NASCAR said he made an unapproved adjustment early to start the race. He dropped back to 42nd. He made his move up to mid-pack early, and then the car just stopped rolling. They've been adjusting on it, trying to help him out, and he's still saying he's just a little bit tight as he searches around for a better groove to make that car handle better. Vince?
Denny Hamlin started 3rd, but he has had his hands full throughout the course of the night, just unable to get the car freed up enough. In fact, they put packers in both the left front and right front on that last pit stop to get the splitter up off the track. They've also had an issue in the pits where their jackman suffered an elbow injury, had to go to a backup jackman, so the 11 has seen a little bit of everything, haven't been able to move up after dropping back. And of course, the 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. We've talked a lot about the issues that Jr. has faced tonight, including the gear shift breaking off in his hand recently. That's what he's had to deal with. They came in on multiple stops to try to fix it. Still not fixed to his liking, but they're making do, and it's a pretty gallant effort so far, Alan.
Well, Dale Jr. certainly the headline of the night, where the 3 drivers who had problems at Kansas last Sunday are concerned, and right now Junior back in that 22nd place, but with still half a race to go. We're just past halfway in the Bank of America 500 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Kevin Harvick is the leader.
The Bank of America 500 at Charlotte. Brought to you by Bank of America and Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
The epicenter in downtown, or uptown as they call it in these parts, Charlotte, right across the street from Time Warner Cable Arena, where the Charlotte Hornets make their return to the NBA. Their home opener against the Milwaukee Bucks coming up on October 29th. Here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, watching a race for second place. Jamie McMurray in the 1, around Kurt Busch in the 41 to pick up that spot. We just ran you through the first half of the race progress of the drivers that are in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. 4 of the drivers in the top 10 in tonight's race are not in the chase. Here are 2 of them, McMurray and Busch.
Yeah, certainly having solid runs. And we talk about the winner of this moving on to the next round. Well, not necessarily. One of these drivers that aren't involved in the chase should do that. Then that's going to make 11 nervous drivers next week at Talladega.
Update on McMurray from Vince.
Oh, we shouldn't be surprised that McMurray is running well tonight. He won the All-Star race here in May, finished 6th in the 600, led 34 laps. He's won here a couple of times in the past, and this team is really improving. Keith Rodden on the right-hand side of your screen, his first year as the crew chief on this one. They've really hit their stride down the stretch. He'd like the car to turn a little better, but otherwise McMurray's been happy with the way things have gone so far. Doc?
And back behind him, no surprise that Kurt Busch running well. Daniel Canoes, the crew chief here, has dialed in Kurt, basically going with the same setup that the 4-car Kevin Harvick is running tonight, and Harvick is the leader. Now what's happened is Kurt has said the car is a little free on early takeoff. They went back on 2 previous adjustments, added some wedge, and the car took off. But right now Kurt says the car is a little too free center off. You see it wiggle right there, free center off. That's why he lost that spot a moment ago to McMurray. Alan?
Kyle Larson and Brian Vickers, the other 2 non-chase drivers in the top 10. And Larson has really been a show in these last couple of laps. He's not just running up against the wall in the center and exit of the corners, but for several laps now, he's gone into the corners. He might change his line here while he tries to pass Keselowski, but he's gone into the corner, just about scraping the wall down in turn 1.
He didn't get in quite as high there. I think he thought that the 2 was going to go in up against the wall, and he was going to have to go to the bottom, so he didn't get the line that he wanted. But it was so visible, you didn't even have to look at the monitor to see who was the fastest car on the racetrack right now, there for about 5 laps. It was this 42.
Look at that, how high he goes into that corner.
He is right there. But look at the momentum he gets off there. I mean, no contest going by the 2-car.
Doc, he is some kind of fun to watch, this Larson kid.
Oh, indeed he is, and they've been working all night, Alan, to try to tighten him up. And they told me that Kyle's a lot like Jeff Gordon. He likes to feel the car under him. If we can get enough rear grip and he can feel the car, he'll run right up there inches away from the wall. And if he does that, he's very fast. With that latest adjustment, they've got the car tight enough for him. That's why sometimes late in the race you see Kyle really making a move. It's tight now, and he's running right up on the wall very, very fast.
Yeah, and right there as we watched him, going into these corners, you talk about how high he is there. That's the key to making this high line work, is being able to stay up there on the entry to the corner. You can keep your speed up, but he doesn't overdrive it getting in. He doesn't get on much brake, but he's back to the throttle so fast and so hard, just makes these straightaways extremely long.
Look at that. That is so much fun. Now, while we're watching Larson from on television and up here in the booth, somebody else is watching his line from inside the cockpit of one of these race cars.
All right, so the 42 is up on the wall, the highest car on the racetrack, coming pretty good right now.
Chad Knaus feeding Jimmy Johnson that information, and now here Jimmy is running the high line, trying to see if it'll make some ground up and some speed.
Jimmy worked on that a lot yesterday during practice. We saw him run as much in the middle and top part of the racetrack as what we had seen, but he still just doesn't have the car under him right now to be able to make that work.
Going to begin to see some green flag pit stops here soon as we watch Jimmy Johnson and check the speeds on this 48 car as he rockets off these corners.
Well, you see him trying to run this high line, and what Larson's doing up there, Larson's about 3/10 a lap faster, which is huge in the world of NASCAR, and you talk about speed. race, you can see Jimmy having to fight it. He's not able to go in and keep it right up there and keep that speed up. You see how long he's playing with the throttle? Just can't get that speed. That's the whole key to Larson, is carrying that speed off the corner down the straightaway.
Here come the beginning of green flag pit stops, Dave.
Austin Dillon with a pretty solid night in the 3-car. He comes in the pits now. The last time he came down, there were no changes to the race car. This run pretty similar for him, running at about the 14th and 15th position. As for Tony Stewart, the last run was not good at all. This run just a little bit snug according to the driver, and so they'll make adjustments for that race car as well.
Went back to the green at lap 144, so just about to that point for the leaders to hit it. Dave?
Casey Kane thought he might be one of the first ones pitting. His crew chief told him we may short pit because the report from the driver was the right front is not working. They're on pit road now, making some adjustments. Jamie?
And Kevin Harvick comes off turn 4 at about 180 miles per hour, right down up, woes it right into the number 1 pit box. They're counting him down slowly. He'll come off, exit here, slows it up. You do not want to get busted speeding in this first segment here. You see the lines that he's going over. That's the segment. He pulls into his pit box saying he's a little bit too loose now. They do want the wedge adjustment. They were going to leave it alone, but they need to keep up with the track. 4-tire stop. There's the wedge adjustment. They'll fill him up with Sunoco fuel. Doc?
And Joey Logano continuing to have trouble with a tight race car. Left side tires not going on and get it full of fuel. Here's the 41 car of Kurt Busch coming in. Kurt had said the car just a few laps ago had got tight middle, loose off, half in right rear wedge, half out right rear air pressure. Left side tires going on. Trying to get the car to take off and not get free on exit in the final 20 laps. Left front tire, a little bit of a delay, 14 seconds.
What a mess Jeff Gordon just had trying to get to his pit stall. Tangled up with cars coming in and going out, cost the 24 some time.
It's going to be a 4-tire change for Jeff Gordon. They're also going to make a track bar adjustment going back on the adjustment they made before. Car just still pushing too much, and they took the side bite out of it with that last stop, so they put some tape on it as well. The 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. Jr. had the gear shift issue earlier, had trouble, hard time gauging what speed depending on what gear he would have the car in. So they made a 4-tire change as well and a chassis adjustment. Doc?
Brad Keselowski coming in into the 2 car, saying the car just a little bit free, not bad. They've been trying to stay ahead of that by putting wedge in there. There's a right rear adjustment for the 2 car. Brad saying the car's gotten better and better, still not trying to punish it. And now a left rear adjustment, put a half around the wedge in the left rear, he's away.
So Keselowski got tangled up with Junior's crew trying to push his car away, getting to his pit stall. Jeff Gordon got tangled up with some cars getting to his pit stall.
Yeah, Kevin Harvick also had an issue, but this is Jeff Gordon getting down in there. Had some cars trying to leave, some others trying to get to their pit box. See Gordon really have to slow down, cost him quite a bit of time.
And then Brad Keselowski giving up time to Dale Jr.'s car, trying to push his car away with only having high gear to select.
Yeah, Harvick had the car, the 66, to come in. You can see just how tight that was. So that cost him quite a bit of time. I'm sure that Rodney Childs will have a talk with them next door about trying to pit on a different sequence.
Watch from the 88 crew perspective.
Yeah, it's really hard to get those cars to go in high gear.
And 3, that's it. You're only allowed to push the car 3 pit boxes by NASCAR rule now. And that's the reason why there are cars, even though the speed is limited on pit road, that car's still coming down there at 45 miles an hour to its pit box.
And these guys are unprotected, and you hope that they're paying attention, and they are. Brad did a nice job of avoiding that and making it work.
So a lot going on in that cycle of pit stops, but Kevin Harvick's lead, despite the hesitation leaving his stall, is about the same over Jamie McMurray as it was when the green flag pit stop cycle began. Reminder about Monday Night Football this week. Divisional matchup with Colin Kaepernick and the 49ers facing the Rams. It's San Francisco, St. Louis, 8:15 Eastern, 5:15 Pacific on ESPN and Watch ESPN. No other night is Monday night. On Saturday night at Charlotte Motor Speedway, race 5 in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup past its halfway mark. The Bank of America 500 led by Kevin Harvick. Kevin has now passed Jeff Gordon for the most laps led tally in this one so far. Harvick pacing 89 of the 197 circuits that we have completed. His gap just a shade under 5 seconds over Jamie McMurray, with Kyle Larson third, Kurt Busch fourth, and Jeff Gordon back to fifth after the hesitation on pit road for the 24 car. Rest of the top 10, Kyle Busch, Ryan Newman, Jimmy Johnson, Joey Logano, and Brian Vickers. Brad Keselowski falling all the way out of the top 10 by that pit road entanglement we showed you a minute ago with Dale Jr.'s team.
It certainly cost Brad quite a bit of positions, but this 42 car is going to be the story here. Kevin Harvick's going to have to deal with him before this night's over. And anybody else that has intentions of winning this race.
The words I was about to come out with were, what a shock.
Yeah.
The story we've seen lately. So there's the bubble at this point in the race. Dale Jr. running back in 23rd. Jimmy Johnson and Keselowski having solid nights. Having their deficit that they started the race with, but still a long way to go to try and get back inside the top 8 before we go to Talladega next week. Brad Keselowski running back now in 10th after that pass of Brian Vickers.
Still plenty of time to get it back. What position am I in? P11. P11. Moving forward still. I don't want a long pit again, Paul. Car doesn't have enough long run speed to long pit. We'll stop short as everybody.
Yeah, they have been later stopping, and that's costing them some. They've given up some there, and then they had the issue with the 88 car being pushed out in front of them, so everything kind of worked against them to put them behind.
So Keselowski falling 15 seconds behind the race leader Kevin Harvick from that pit road to do. Tony Stewart going a lap down. Stewart in 20th place, started this race in the top 5 in 4th position. After a solid opening run, the handling has gone away on that 14 car, and smoke sliding back. There's Jeff Gordon trying to move forward again.
Yeah, and two cars, drivers kind of going opposite things. We saw Kyle Busch in the 18 falling back earlier, had some handling issues. His car was not doing what he wanted. Jeff Gordon was up leading at that time, and now Gordon struggling with his a little bit. Kyle's made somewhat of a rebound, get close to the top 5 here.
The thing we've seen consistently from Gordon's car tonight is that longer run speed is his forte. The initial go on a restart or the initial start hasn't been their strong suit.
No, lower air pressure is not his friend so far here tonight, so they're going to have to continue to work on this and see if they can help that a little bit, but just help the overall drivability of this car to get the speed that Jeff's looking for.
Jeff running in 5th position, 11 seconds behind the race leader Kevin Harvick. On a long green flag run here. Currently 60 consecutive laps, nearly 100 miles without a caution flag. And Kevin Harvick has led almost all of them. Time to go NASCAR nonstop. From Charlotte tonight, it's presented by Bank of America. Kevin Harvick continuing to lead and continue to run up the number of laps led he's had in this NASCAR Sprint Cup Series season. Unusual because he'd only ever led one lap in this race prior in his entire career. But he's led 102 tonight. We check the most laps led, brought to you by Sprint. Harvick's impressive tally in triple digits. Some 30 laps higher than the next highest driver total. Stay connected to the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup with the Sprint Family Share Pack. 20 gigabytes of high-speed data to share, plus unlimited talk and text for $100 a month. Learn more at sprint.com/datashare. Harvick leading McMurray by 5.9 seconds. Look at that total of laps led on the mile-and-a-half tracks. And his total for this season starting tonight was 1,653, plus the 103 tonight.
Yeah, they've had a lot of speed throughout this entire year. The one thing that they haven't had is translating that speed into a lot of victories when it looked like that they had the car to beat.
And every time I talk to the team, talked to Kevin last week about that, you think it would be frustration building and building. You come close, you don't win. You have cars that are capable of winning, don't win. But it was kind of the opposite for Kevin. I think the speed gives him confidence that it's going to turn around. It's going to get him where he wants to go, and that's to be in those final four going into home field. Then I think he wants that trophy.
Sorry, Andy. Championship note here. Matt Kenseth has been lapped by Kevin Harvick. So Matt, now the first car a lap down. Tony Stewart behind him. They are racing for the free pass position here. Should a caution come out?
Yeah, it looks like Matt Kenseth's got a really loose race car on the exit of the corner in particular.
Just joining us, remember Matt Kenseth had to start at the back of the field after an alteration to his car post-inspection on the grid. NASCAR sent him to the tail end of the field from 22nd starting spot. He made it halfway back through the pack pretty quickly, but Jamie, his progress has very much stalled since then.
It has. He's kind of gone in waves. The car's never been great, but it's been better than it is now. He's saying that he's just tight. That's been the problem, and now it's so bad that he's loose. So he has both conditions going through the corners. They've been adjusting, and they're just not gaining ground on it.
And fighting to stay that first car one lap down, and it's not going to work. So now Tony Stewart positioned for the free pass if a caution should come out. And Matt slipping back now to be right on the cut line where the championship standings are concerned.
I'm telling you, and you know, we talk a lot and have said a lot about Talladega next week, but this is setting up to probably one of the most incredible races that we've ever witnessed there. Just these drivers that have one there that are capable of winning, and that's going to be the only thing that's going to get some of them through to the next round, and they're going to understand that, and we're going to benefit by being able to watch these drivers perform at that.
The drafting, the pack racing at Talladega, the big wrecks, the multi-car crashes, and really, truly, until the race is finished, drivers aren't going to know, and it might even take a little while after the race finishes for it to be confirmed whether they've made the transfer through or they're out.
Yeah, there's going to be some desperation that sets in as that race comes down to a close next week.
Yeah, they're just going to have to be willing to put it all out there on the line to try to make their way through the next round, and the only way to ensure that is to go there and win the race.
Brad Keselowski, we showed you the pit road encounter with Dale Jr.'s car that cost him some track position earlier, and now monitoring this two teams radio and hearing maybe a touch of frustration creeping in.
Good lap I spent behind Joey Struggle. It cost me about 3 laps, and I'm going to be able to run fast. That's why that's so critical, Joey. I need all the help I get. And I'm attempting to give you all the help you need, buddy. I'm on your side.
Joey being Joey Meyer, the spotter up on top of the roof, working with Brad's.
Yeah, Joey Meyer, his spotter, one of the best spotters on the roof, and he's perfect for Brad. But you can just imagine a little bit of frustration. They got boxed in on pit road. He lost a lot of spots he'd worked really hard to get.
Running as high as third earlier in the race, has stayed out and led a lap on each of the cycles of green flag pit stops that we've had. But Brad, one of those drivers that absolutely, positively must have, if not a win, a really great finish here in Charlotte tonight, Doc.
Indeed he has, and Brad's sort of been very patient with the car. He wasn't going to push the car until late, but just a minute ago he said, I'm going to start driving the wheels off this thing and see what I've got. and he just called Paul Wolf and said, Paul, I'm driving it hard now, and I'm about a 7 loose. So we need to make an adjustment. So on that last stop, when I decide I'm really going to go after it, I can't be this free. Brad testing the water right now to see exactly what needs to happen for that last pit stop. They're actually got 2 more stops before the checkered flag, but very, very loose right now.
All right, Doc, thanks. So Keselowski back in 9th, watching a race for 4th here as Jeff Gordon runs down Kurt Busch and tries to regain some of the lost ground on his pit road entanglement with some other cars earlier. Got a car down on the apron in turn 4. That is Josh Wise, smoking down the backstretch. Caution flag out, possible liquid from the 98.
To the garage. All the way to the garage, bud. He's right here in front of you.
You see this engine letting go right there. Parts and pieces coming out. Yep.
That was a big one there.
Second, third engine failure we've seen. Menard, right? Boyer, and now Josh Wise. In our brief on-air introduction to the race, Rusty Wallace mentioned from down in the pit studio that engines and engine failures might be something we'd see tonight.
Haven't seen a few.
The tally's at 3 right now.
Yeah, high speeds, high RPMs creates that.
Still got a lot of racing left to go. That was the longest green flag stretch of the night, 78 laps. 100 miles here is 67 laps. So over 100 miles of green flag racing. And now with 112 laps to go, a little over 150 miles, the pit crew's getting set to go to work again.
A lot of pressure on these pit crews, especially these cars that are on the bubble.
Of critical importance, Carl Edwards, third in line, had just been overtaken by leader Kevin Harvick before the yellow. He is the first car a lap down. He's going to get the free pass back onto the lead lap at this caution. A reprieve for Carl.
Yep, get a little time here to see if they can work on that Ford a little bit, get a little more speed out of it.
Yep.
See if they can work their way in the top 10 before this night's over.
Here come the pit stops. Jamie?
Kevin Harvick saying he's a little too free still. The wedge didn't help much, so they're going to put more wedge in the left rear. They'll put 4 tires on it. Once again, they'll fill them up with fuel. Vince?
Jamie McMurray pits from the second position, said the car had been about as good as it's been all night, but toward the end it got a little loose on exit. They're going to make a chassis adjustment on the one of McMurray, also a 4-tire change in Sunoco fuel, Doc.
Yeah, Kyle Larson loose on exit. They're going to go a half round in the left rear, half down track bar left side. Also a little loose on exit, 4 tires. The 41 car also loose on exit, half a pound air out of the right rear, 3/4 round down in the right rear wedge to help the 41 get up off the corner.
Harvick's team hangs on to the lead on this set of stops. And back to work on that broken shifter lever on Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s 88 car. Caution out here at Charlotte in the Bank of America 500. We're back after this from your ABC station.
Under the lights at Charlotte Motor Speedway for Chase race number 5, 110 laps to go. Chase drivers, we've seen them lead, we've seen them struggle. Ganassi, we've seen them try to steal the headlines tonight, engines giving up. We've heard Chase drivers getting tusky on the radio. There's a lot of pressure in this race tonight. Hello to you. I'm Nicole with Rusty and Brad. We start with a 5-hour Energy rapid recap because it has been an interesting night, starting before the start of this race with Matt Kenseth, an unapproved adjustment to the car. NASCAR said remove a decal, then they made him start at the back.
Yeah, I think that's, honestly, in my opinion, that's crazy. A decal, that's not going to do anything for the speed of the car, but they called it an unapproved change. He had to go tailback, and I've been fuming mad if I was him, I'll tell you that. But he's up to a little bit now. He's moved up to the pack. He's 22nd, but he's a lap down, and his car's not handling too good.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., lap 137, was running 9th, broken shifter handle.
Yeah, we saw this a few weeks ago with one of his teammates, Jimmy Johnson, had the same situation, and they've been trying to fix it the best they possibly can. It's just not comfortable for Junior, and he's in a heck of a position right now, in a lot of trouble.
Also 1 lap down. Then there's Kevin Harvick, been out front for 116 laps tonight and counting. He has led Rusty so many laps, not just in this chase, but this season. But the problem is Harvick hasn't been able to close. Harvick hasn't won since Darlington, race 8 of the season.
Yeah, that's a long time back, no doubt about that, and that's on my mind. He's been running so well, Kevin has. He used to be the closer. I mean, you wouldn't see the guy early in the run. He would close it, get it done, and win. Right now, he's getting it done early, and can he finish the thing up late? We'll see what happens, Alan.
Rusty, thanks. Pace car off. Kevin Harvick, Jamie McMurray, side by side on the front row for this restart that'll come with 108 laps of racing left to go. McMurray with a wiggle in the 1. Here comes Kurt Busch to his inside. Kyle Busch is through to 2nd. Jimmy Johnson, Martin Truex, 48, 78. That's for 11th and 12th. Now Johnson on Joey Logano to try and get back into the top 10. Speeds are so high at this racetrack, and the air that moves around these big race cars as they cut through it at that speed is so tricky when you're side by side in these corners.
Yeah, the way that these drivers and teams set these cars up now is by maximizing that effort that they have to get all the downforce that they can. And when you're side by side with someone, you're not getting all of that air to all the parts of the car that you need to do that. So it makes it really, really difficult for them, these drivers, to drive these cars at these speeds in those conditions. You have to be extremely careful, especially on the entry of the corner.
And they rely heavily on the side forces as well as the downforce. And boy, when you're side by side, that really gets affected.
McMurray holding off Kurt Busch for 3rd.
Kyle Larson in the 42 back there just behind Kurt Busch. He restarted 3rd there on the inside, and I think that they might look at something later on if they're in that situation again. He just barely beat Kyle Busch out for that 3rd spot. I guarantee you he would love to have restarted 4th. He lost about 2 or 3 spots and started to make those up, but later they may tell him, hey, ease up a little bit and you can restart on the outside.
I think one of the problems on that particular restart, though, McMurray was lined up in front of him, and I think he looked like he was going to maybe beat the leader to the line, and he backed off just a little on the restart, and I think that hurt that inside line a lot.
And right behind Larson, Brad Keselowski gaining some nice track position on those pit stops. Picked up now to 6th position.
Yeah, made a lot of gains there. You see Austin Dillon in that 3 car. They're in the 7th spot. Great run for him tonight. He's been solidly getting more speed week in and week out. He's completed a lot of laps, more than anybody else this year. So he's getting that experience, but now he's finding the speed that they need.
Martin Truex, Joey Logano, 11th and 12th at stake. Brian Vickers also joining in the 55.
Yeah, I think when you go back to Austin Dillon, I think they brought a little more steam under the hood this week, too. I was talking to Richard Childress in the garage, said they were really working hard trying to make their cars faster.
Danica Patrick in the 10, also in this fight for position. Danica running 14th, A.J. Allmendinger right behind her in 15th.
Yeah, Danica at one time in that last long run, she was the next car to get lapped. She actually passed about 3 cars to get herself out of that spot. Those other cars getting lapped, and finally Carl Edwards is the one that got the free pass. And she did a great job of making up some time there, staying on the lead lap. Good run.
Yeah, a lot of laps during that run were top 3, top 5 speeds on the racetrack. So cars fast.
So Danica in 14th position. Saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. on the way to the commercial break after the round of pit stops, or in this case during the pit stop for Jr. His crew in the right side working on that shifter lever again. He lost a lap in that series of repairs, so Dale Earnhardt Jr. now a lap down in 23rd position. Remember, he had been overtaken by the leader in that run. So I guess what I'm trying to say is he's not on the lead lap. He didn't lose a lap in the repairs. He lost it on the cycle before the stop. He was a lap down even though he pitted with the leaders. Talked myself into that corner, hopefully back out. And Junior's running in 23rd, a lap down. Nobody able to run with Kevin Harvick in this middle section of the race. Harvick out front at 350 miles. As you saw in our NASCAR nonstop coverage, caution out for a Brian Vickers spin off turn number 2. Here are the leaders on pit road, or most of them anyway. Jamie?
Lucky break for Kevin Harvick. He thought he had a tire rub. He said the balance is good. Right sides and fuel only was a call by the driver. Vince?
Yeah, the balance changed a little bit for the one of Jamie McMurray on that last run. It was a little too loose in. It's going to be right sides only and Sunoco fuel for McMurray, Doc.
And a half a pound air out of the right front tire, and 2 tires only for the 41 car Kurt Busch pull-on defender. Likewise, 2 tires for Kyle Busch, and he will be the first car off of pit road.
Strategy session there. A lot of right sides only. And a strategy call by Austin Dillon's team, not pitting, and he will be the new leader. Caution for Brian Vickers, who ran into some troubles off of turn number 2.
It's hard to tell if he just got loose or possibly a left rear tire went down. The thing turned around awfully quick. You have to think that something went wrong there. Looks just like a tire, maybe ran over something and cut a left rear tire.
Kept it out of the wall, though.
Just barely. Nice job. Oh, little contact.
continuing to work on that broken shifter lever on Dale Jr.'s 88 car under this 5th caution of the Bank of America 500. Vince?
Yeah, one of the issues with that too is what gear he has the car in coming to pit lane and how difficult it is to get it into a proper gear to make sure he doesn't speed on pit lane. They put a vice grip on the shifter lever this time through, hoping that that helps Junior. Also, the car was a little bit too free that last run. Steve Letarte has really had his hands full, as has Junior, throughout the course of this night to try to have something here to work with down the stretch.
All right, Vince, thanks. And you saw the brief fire in the Timmy Hill pit 33 team. The car driven away, and the spilled gasoline, it looked like, quickly extinguished, so all appears good there in that team's pit. Our ESPN in-race reporter on the night is Joey Logano, one of a half a dozen teams who went for 4 tires on this pit stop, while a lot of others just went with 2.
Hey, Joey, Dale Jarrett, you have a minute to talk?
Sir.
All right, hey, we didn't get to you before the race. Looked like that things have gone okay for you. Maybe a little handling issue, but what are you fighting here tonight?
A little bit of everything. We fought some adversity at the beginning of the race and trying to recover from that. Our Pennzoil Platinum Ford here, it goes fast for about 5 laps. All to bail for not that long, and then I started losing the center, then I started losing the exit, and then you're just searching around trying to find something. So Todd and all the boys doing a good job. We're getting better. We're making progress, and hopefully get it right here.
Okay, you keep making progress. We'll look forward to talking to you later in the race. Thanks for talking, Joey.
Thanks, guys.
Championship leader Joey Logano, 13th on the track right now, the winner last week at Kansas, and already through to the eliminator round of the chase. 1 to go here. A little bit of news made this morning here at Charlotte Motor Speedway and shown off to the fans just before the start of the race. The 2015 Toyota Camry Sprint Cup Series race car was publicly unveiled. There it is. It'll make its debut at Daytona this coming February during Speed Week. And if you'd like to learn more, follow Toyota Racing on Twitter. Little redesign of the street version of the Camry and the race car redesign to go along with that. So doubled up for the restart. Dale Earnhardt Jr. making a couple of stops here as we continue to follow that story, and they continue to try and rally from their problems in this race.
Appreciate it. Yeah, man. All right. We just need to do our thing. That's all we can do. All right, buddy. So we rack 93 laps to make something of this. We got it in us, man. We just go dig deep, focus, get a little luck, we'll be fine.
Junior is the 4th car 1 lap down. He needs to pass Justin Allgaier, Tony Stewart, and Greg Biffle to get a free pass at the next caution. Matt Kenseth got the free pass at this one to get back on the lead lap. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything they learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. Austin Dillon in the black and white 3 did not pit. He's the race leader. Kyle Busch first off the pit lane in the mint green car to his outside. Kyle Busch to the race lead.
As we watch this battle, and Harvick through to 2nd place, and we'll battle for that lead. You're talking about Dale Jr., where he stood with those other lap-down cars. Junior making multiple pit stops, though, put him behind all the other lap-down cars, too, multiple lap down. So he's got a ways just to get to those other cars that are 1 lap down.
What are fresh tires worth? The 3 cars finding out.
Yeah, you have to question that call staying on the racetrack, that caution for the 3 car. They'd driven their way up inside the top 10 and had a car that was able to keep going. Should have stayed on the same sequence with them.
Yeah, that's why I question it, because they had made improvement, gotten themselves in a really, really good spot. I believe before this is over, they'll lose most of that, or quite a bit of it.
Yeah, he was 7th place when that caution came out.
Went to 1st, now he's back to 6th.
We saw Martin Truex Jr. go by. He's somewhat rebounded from his penalty earlier in the race.
I think a great rebound. Just really, really strong team. See Harvick going to try to go to the outside here. Whoa, big wiggle right there in the center of the corner.
For the race lead. A little further back, Jeff Gordon, Denny Hamlin racing for 7th and 8th. Hamlin moving up, Gordon slipping back. Trouble into the wall. Danica Patrick. Ryan Newman goes for a spin.
Come on down, come on down. Pace.
And the right side of the 10 all used up, as is the orange cone. Right front's down on Newman's car.
Right front looks like it was down.
4th in the championship starting the night. Danica was 11th, Newman 13th when they went into turn.
Pit this one.
I think she might have got a little help on this. A little contact from Joey Logano. You can see the brake rotors glowing red on Logano's car. Hard on the brakes, but still got into her.
Yeah, it looked like Logano thought that with her entry into the corner being a pretty wide entry, but that's what the way that you attack this racetrack. He thought that that hole was going to be opened up there, and once he realized that she was coming out,
here.
hard on the brakes, but not in time.
Clear down.
Newman locking it down and spinning to avoid piling in.
Yeah, just barely missing that. See Casey Kane just slipping by on the inside.
So Newman avoiding significant damage there. Might be a championship saving moment. How about Jimmy Johnson?
And in front of you, you can see it. Outside, outside, outside. Clear. Caution. Looks like she chopped you. Yep. Not getting chopped no more by her. Check the right front.
Always two sides to a story.
Yeah, that's too bad. I mean, Danica had a really good car tonight. I'm sure she's not going to be happy about it.
Pit road is open for lead lap cars. Austin Dillon will be a taker. Brad Keselowski also coming in. Down to the final 85 laps of the Bank of America 500 for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, Charlotte Motor Speedway. Don't forget NASCAR.com has all your latest NASCAR information. Wrapping up the 6th caution flag of the race, brought out with contact between Danica Patrick and Joey Logano in turn 3. Ryan Newman spinning to avoid piling into Patrick. Tonight's biggest movers brought to you by Cars.com. All drive, no drama. Matt Kenseth back on the lead lap. After starting at the tail end of the field, Kyle Larson making his now customary charge from mid-pack to the front. And Martin Truex Jr. with a great rally, had a missing lug nut after a pit stop, had to pit twice, lost all of his track position, and you see rallied back up into the top 5. Solid run for Allmendinger also. Sweeping up the outer lane of the track, so it's going to be another minute or so before we go back to green. Back to Charlotte for the restart after this from your ABC station. Back live, the Bank of America 500. Field doubled up for a restart here at Charlotte. That'll come with 82 laps to go. Kyle Busch is the race leader, choosing the outside lane. Kevin Harvick to his inside. Keep an eye on Kyle Larson, who does have that outside row for a restart, and he talked about before that he might like.
Had a little trouble on these restarts. See if he can get going this time.
Here he comes, looking outside on Kevin Harvick for second place. Kyle Larson with a run.
He just needs that outside lane. That's what he needs on the restart.
So Larson to second. Somebody else making good use of that outside lane right there. The blue 2, Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, I believe that was a little strategy move that they might have played there. We'll see how all this plays out. But they came in, got 4 tires that time, maybe setting them up to get 2 tires later that could put them ahead of these other cars that just had 2 tires from the previous time. How about it, Doc?
I asked Paul Wolf just that. I said, was that a strategy move? 4 now and 2 later. He said, it all depends on how good our car is. We're so good on 4 tires. But Brad just told him and said, guys, watch this. I'm moving. I'm going to go as close as I can to the front and get there before our final stop. So be sure to alert the 22 car that I'm on my way.
If he drives to the front, he can just get forward the next time.
That's right.
Get all behind.
He can set the strategy then.
Yeah.
No need to alert the 22. He's by him. And by Denny Hamlin in the 11 for 5th place. So Keselowski moving here after this restart. Cars that pitted on this yellow. Keselowski, Austin Dillon, Casey Kane, Jimmy Johnson, Carl Edwards, Matt Kenseth, and Danica Patrick in for a few rounds of repairs on her 10 car. Danica still on the lead lap in 19th place. Free pass at the caution flag went to Greg Biffle, who's now back on the same lap with the race leader.
Yeah, a few of those might have been a strategy play. Some others trying to get their race car to where they can drive it, though.
Speaking of that, this 18 car, I'm telling you, they've done a really good job tonight of getting that car adjusted. They did it on Thursday night, too, through the qualifying rounds to get the pole. They didn't have the fastest lap of the 3 sessions, but they kept adjusting the car to the track conditions, and that netted them the pole. I think that they're doing a really good job tonight of keeping up this racetrack.
Talked about the pressure of this championship round where everything gets reset and you've got 3 races to get through and so on. A lot of the pressure beginning to build on some people who aren't running as well as perhaps they'd like.
What's going on, man? I'm driving my off and about to crash. Listen, why are you crashing? I'm trying to help you. Ask me what's going on. I'm driving my off and I'm almost crashing. Why are you almost crashing, Jimmy? Race track. I drive it in real hard and I slide to the wall and almost crash. Okay. Does that mean you're tight or does that mean, what does that mean? Loose on the top trying to make stuff happen, so I just got to ride on the bottom and I can't go anywhere right now. You want me to tighten you up then?
Well,
A little testy.
yeah.
I'm telling you, the pressure will do that to you.
Yeah, not really something that we're accustomed to here in Virginia, but usually pretty calm through all situations. But as we pointed out back a long time ago, this chase format's going to be different. They're going to see a different pressure, different things happening. How are you going to react to that? And certainly having issues a couple of weeks in a row with this 48 car. Actually, they have had issues. He got into the wall yesterday, so they've had a struggle.
Jimmy talked about earlier this weekend how they're a 3rd to 5th place car when they're running well right now, not a dominant car, and they're working to get back to being a dominant car. Passing Martin Truex here. That would be for 10th place.
I tell you, when you have the success that they've had, you've got expectations. It's hard to be in this position. They're I wouldn't say desperate yet, but I mean they're outside looking in, and one more race to go after this one. It's got their back against the wall.
Yeah, unless there's some big turnaround here tonight, they're looking at the only way they're going to get in is go to win Talladega next week. If they're going to make it through to the next round.
You can see that car. I mean, Jimmy's driving the wheels off of it.
You can be the best driver in the world, and he's proven that he's the best in this series a lot of times. But if you don't have the car under you to do what you want, it becomes very, very frustrating.
Of course, getting a hit in the left rear and turned and crashed at Kansas last week. Certainly something that was out of Jimmy's control, but it did leave him in the situation of needing to really run well here in Charlotte with Talladega looming next week. You see, he ran fairly solidly in the first 3 races of the chase. 5th New Hampshire, 3rd Dover, and was running well at Kansas when he did get hit and turned and crashed last week. And Jimmy certainly is capable of going out and winning at Talladega next week.
No doubt about that. Yeah, I will say that. Yeah, these drivers and other drivers might see a Jimmy Johnson they maybe at times haven't seen at Talladega, and they might find something that they don't want to see there. But you know, the deal at Kansas last week was they had a qualifying effort that wasn't good because of the spin. They weren't running all that well. They were in a pack of cars, and so that's what got them in that position.
Look who's showing up at about the right time. This 5 car is on the move to the front.
Yeah, you can see here where the cars that came in and got 4 tires that last time. And now we have a battle for the lead.
Kyle Larson using that high lane, really getting a run the last couple of laps. Here he comes around Kyle Busch for the race lead. That only took almost 400 miles.
That's kind of his MO. He just kind of makes his way to the front. Slowly but surely, he's there when it's time.
I think that's one thing he's figured out. You know, his first year in this Cup race, he understands, even though he'd been in the Nationwide Series running 200- and 300-mile races, these are 400- and 500-mile races. Hey, you don't have to make it all happen in the early part of the race. He's showing up when it really counts now.
So Kyle Larson becomes the 10th different driver to lead this race, says he loves the way his team's working together. We're in a great spot. We're going to get better. He just got one spot better in this race tonight. You saw in our NASCAR nonstop coverage, Michael Annett with the right rear missing from his car. Bringing out caution flag number 7 in the Bank of America 500. Pit road open for lead lap cars here. Not everybody comes in. Keselowski stays out. Jamie?
Well, Kevin Harvick only had right side tires last time. He wants 4 this time. He was loose but got better. No changes here. They'll fill him up with Sunoco fuel as they work on the left side. Doc?
And Kyle Larson, they finally been able to fix the 3 on exit. That's why he was able to make the pass. They're going to go ahead and go with 4 tires. Had a debate for a minute whether to go with 4 or 2. Decided to go with 4 tires, left side tires going on. And Kyle Busch said the car fired off about a 1 tight. They decided to go ahead and change 4 tires. He said it got to be a 2 tight, wouldn't turn. That's why he lost the lead. He's down and away.
Big strategy play there. Keselowski doesn't pit. 3 others get right sides only, reset it, and restart it for you when we come back to the Bank of America 500. Cars a lap or more down, leaving pit road here at Charlotte as we're inside the final 100 miles of tonight's Bank of America 500. Brad Keselowski becomes the new race leader by not pitting under this caution flag. Doc?
Let's talk to Paul Wolfe about why they made the call. He was making his way to the front. Yellow comes out. You opt to leave him on the racetrack. Why?
Yeah, I think it was an aggressive play, but that's what we think we're going to need to do to win the race. We kind of talked about it before the race, some different scenarios, and this kind of played out how we thought, and so we stuck to our plan.
Are you surprised he got so aggressive on the last restart? 89 laps to go. He said he's going to make a move and see what he could do with the car that early instead of waiting later.
Well, we're getting down with only one more stop left, and you got to be in the top 5 here to think you're going to have a shot at it with one stop left. And we're in that position now, so hopefully we can keep it up front.
Out front, a strategy move may be risky, but it might work out for Brad Kay. Alan?
All right, Doc, thanks. And the field getting the one-to-go signal here. Right side tires only for Denny Hamlin, Jimmy Johnson, and Matt Kenseth. Put them up to 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Then Kyle Busch, the first off the pit lane with 4 tires, restarting 5th. Tomorrow night on ABC, Resurrection, one of television's most compelling dramas, is all new. Resurrection tomorrow at 9, 8 Central, here on ABC. So there'll be 63 laps to go, a little less than 100 miles when we restart. Everybody still needing to make one more pit stop to make it to the finish. Brad Keselowski, the leader, again not pitting under this caution. The next 3 cars, Hamlin, Johnson, and Kenseth, rights only, then back to Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick, the first with 4 tires off the pit stops. Kyle Larson all the way back to 8th in the shuffle of pit stops and pit strategy and so on in that 42 car. Make that 7th place for Kyle. What do you think of the strategy call there by Paul Wolfe?
Well, I mean, it's a difficult. Like you said, it's aggressive. I don't know that it's going to work out. I actually don't think it will. I think that they had driven up there pretty close. If they'd stayed on the same strategy, I think they might have been able to just race with them. We'll see. You know, they feel like they needed to do it.
Only one way to know how it turns out.
They've been right a lot of times over the last few years.
Oh, trouble. Contact there. Kenseth and Keselowski. Denny Hamlin through to the race lead. 3 wide. Harvick in the middle of Kenseth and Larson. And Matt Kenseth in trouble.
Yeah, he's got damage on the right side of that car.
Worked all race long to get back up into the lead group. Restarting up there in the front couple of rows, and then that contact. Now he's sliding way back.
Now he's racing. You see the 88 car, he's racing that 55 to stay the first car 1 lap down.
Yeah, that didn't look like a big pass at the moment until you look at the board and see that is. With the 20 struggling like he is and the damage that he's got, something comes off of that or creates another issue for him. 88 needs to be in that spot, try to get back on the lead lap.
Yeah, what happened between Keselowski and Kenseth here?
Let's see, Kenseth gets a really big run on the start here. It looks like he goes to the outside and 2 goes to block him. That's all it was. Kenseth had a huge run. See, 2 cars got some damage on the right rear also.
So Kenseth from 4th to 18th at the moment. Keselowski hanging on to 2nd.
Peeled that back corner, that rear bumper off of that 2 car.
And you talked about earlier, the side force is what they rely on a lot, especially that right rear.
Yeah, that's a critical area, that right rear corner of the car for that side force.
Paul Wolfe looking intently at those TV pictures to try and understand the status of his number 2 machine.
Now, we're going to be okay. Keep running here. Get us to know you got along. We'll be just fine.
Brad's just only thinking about one thing, getting back by Denny Hamlin to win this race. Wasn't it just a little while ago we played that radio with Jimmy Johnson being super frustrated? And now the 2-tire call by Chad Knaus to get a little track position. Here's Jimmy running 3rd and trying to hold off some of the guys charging behind him.
I see something right there that I haven't seen from him when he's been running that highline.
We transfer.
He was able to really get back to the throttle and carry a lot of speed on the exit of the corner. Even when he's been running up there before, he was kind of playing with the throttle and really not being able to utilize what you're trying to get from that, and that's a lot of straightaway speed, a lot of speed on the exit of the corner.
And if I understood that brief little radio snippet we caught live, Chad Canal saying to Jimmy, remember, if we win, we transfer.
Yeah, just a little reminder, little incentive.
Pretty sure he didn't have to tell him, but
Well,
good reminder.
how circumstances can change quickly.
But if this runs out for a little bit, this 42 will be back in command of this race here before too awfully long.
The outside's been his favorite lane. Right now, Jimmy Johnson's got that occupied, so he's going to have to pass him down low.
Yeah, and it'll take him a lap, maybe a couple, to make all of that work, but you'll keep working on him.
Racing 48. Update on the ladder from Dave.
That would be the 48. And remember, with these drivers, sometimes when you just give them something to use on offense, they go with it. This time it was track position for the 48, just taking those two right side tires. In May, it was the best race car. Jimmy led the most laps, finishing off with the win. And remember what he said afterwards. He said, now they know we're awake. Don't think this 48's gone to sleep here tonight either.
Keselowski moved up to take Johnson's line away. Kyle Larson didn't hesitate on the bottom. He's going to try and get them both.
Well, that's a great move by Larson right there. Seeing what was happening as Jimmy Johnson got close, now he was able to get both the spots. Very, very smart. Boy, not only is he talented and smart, that's going to take him a long way.
So Larson to second, 0.8 of a second behind Denny Hamlin, who finds himself leading this race after not being much of a factor for the first 300 miles. A little displeasure expressed. You'll see it in NASCAR Nonstop, presented by Bank of America.
The Bank of America 500 at Charlotte. Brought to you by Goodyear. Tires chosen by experts for superior performance. Goodyear, more driven. And Nationwide. Nationwide is on your side.
Inside the final 50 laps tonight here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and really the action picking up at the front. Denny Hamlin, the race leader, taking it after Brad Keselowski and Matt Kenseth tangled on the last restart. Kyle Larson rallied up to second place. Now both Larson and Kevin Harvick, while racing for second, are catching Hamlin for the race lead. Look at that big run he gets off the high side of the racetrack. Now to block.
He's been running that line some down there in 3 and 4.
You see some yellow paint on the side of that 42. He scraped the outside wall a lap ago.
You can see as he picked up the throttle, it just didn't turn quite enough for him right there. I don't think there was much damage though.
Been flirting with that wall all night.
Larson now back to third place. So Larson trailing Harvick, who's trying to reel in Denny Hamlin, the race leader. Vince?
Well, what a night it's been for Hamlin and company. They've fought tight throughout the course of the night, and they've worked on it with air pressure and chassis adjustments, Packers in the front end. They've had an issue in the pit lane where their jack man suffered an injury, but they have continued to march to the front. Darian Grubb has made the calls to try to get this car as free as possible. Right side tires only on each of the last 2 stops. And they've maneuvered their way to the front, and that clean air has been a difference maker for Denny Hamlin.
Working lap traffic, got a lot of pressure from Kevin Harvick for the race lead. Harvick has led nearly twice as many laps as anyone else tonight. Trying to rally back after strategy shuffled him down in the running order. Another one on the rally is Jeff Gordon, leader of a good chunk of this race also. Second most laps led tonight. Lost the handle on his car for a while. Here he is trying to get third from Larson on the left.
They've been turning some really fast laps, making his way up towards these leaders. See Harvick decided to go around the outside of Denny Hamlin. They're making it all work.
So back to the lead, Kevin Harvick. Will it be Harvick that wins and gets his way clear from Talladega and advance on into the third round of the chase? Can it be one of the non-chasers like Kyle Larson or Kurt Busch or Jamie McMurray in the lead group? Or can Denny Hamlin rally? Maybe Jeff Gordon or Jimmy Johnson? And will we see another yellow flag and bring on another round of pit strategy that'll change the outcome of this one? The leader's overtaken Danica Patrick and put her a lap down, so Dale Earnhardt Jr. no longer running in the free pass position unless he's able to catch and pass Patrick for that spot. And Gordon and Larson really having a good tussle here for third. Update on Larson from Doc.
Yeah, Kyle just radioed in and said, guys, the car has suddenly gotten tight. I think I messed the body up when I bounced it off the wall. Way tight now. Can't get the car to turn.
All right, Doc.
Makes it really tough to run that high line when your car won't turn to carry the speed. The whole idea of it is to be able to carry that speed around the top and get the big run on the exit of the corner. And when it won't do that, you're having to stay out of the throttle too long.
So Gordon to third, 1.8 seconds behind Kevin Harvick, the race leader. Larson falling back to fourth. Brad Keselowski bailing out after not pitting under the last caution and then having the contact with Matt Kenseth. Keselowski had fallen all the way back to 11th place. Now here he is on pit road. This would be his final stop. 37 laps to go in the race. Doc?
All right, they're going to be a 4-tire call. They were going to try to take Barabon and fix that problem with the right rear bumper. Make a chassis adjustment, right side, left side tires going on. They were hoping for a yellow flag to get a caution to be able to come in and work on the rear of the car and make this stop on the yellow. 13-7, final stop expected for the 2 car.
So Keselowski pitting 30 laps after his last stop. Another 10 or so before we see some of the guys that are on the same pit stop schedule with him, which is basically about everybody, visit the pit lane if we stay under the green. Kevin Harvick leads. Back after this message from your ABC station. The Bank of America 500, the middle race in the 3-race contender round of the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup, down to its final 31 laps here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And a quick reminder about next Sunday's elimination race. And what a place to have it. The world's fastest speedway, Talladega, the Geico 500, ESPN 1 Eastern Time. What will happen and how will it all come down in the final laps, final corners? Who makes it and who gets eliminated in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup? And that's all on top of the always spectacular racing at Talladega. Our aerial coverage from Charlotte tonight provided by Goodyear. Everything they learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. Matt Kenseth in for his final stop, Jamie.
The last car on the lead lap, he said, for as hard as we hit the wall, our car feels pretty good. They'll take 4 tires here and fill them up with Sunoco fuel.
You started to say about Talladega while I was transitioning from announcement.
Sorry about that. Didn't interrupt. Just elimination, taking on just a whole new meaning this year with the chase format at that racetrack. It's going to be quite entertaining and exciting.
You saw during NASCAR Nonstop, Jeff Gordon up to second place behind Kevin Harvick. There's the gap, 1.9 seconds from 4 to 24.
Been making up a 1/10 and a half, 2/10 a lap here for the last few laps. Harvick encountering a lot of traffic during that time.
Denny Hamlin hanging on to third. Jimmy Johnson up to fourth. Kyle Busch running fifth. Kyle Larson has fallen back to sixth. Dale Earnhardt Jr. continues to be the free pass positioned car. First car a lap down after passing Danica Patrick a while back.
Yeah, this becomes even more difficult. Late in the race, drivers are tired. You've been out here a long time. You've got drivers on different situations here with tires that are older. They're slowing down some. Others that have gone in and pitted, they've got fresher tires. See a lot of things happening out here on the racetrack. You have to be really careful in what you're doing here. And the other side of that is we come up on these green flag pit stops at this time. Don't make that mistake that could cost you dearly here at the end by speeding coming in or exiting pit road.
Jamie McMurray trying to pass his Ganassi teammate Kyle Larson for 6th place. McMurray, a factor at the front of the pack for a lot of this race, shuffled back a little bit by strategy and the handling of his car not seeming to quite be as good as it was earlier in the night.
We've certainly seen that from Jamie McMurray a number of times here, that they really start out fast and have some good performance. Maybe not quite keeping up with the track the way they need to, but that'll come with time.
Less than 50 miles to go in this one. Sorry, Andy. The numbers on the late caution at Charlotte are not as dramatic as at many other places. We don't see that really short late run here very often.
Boy, if we do have a late caution, these restarts have been frantic.
Denny Hamlin gives up 3rd for his pit stop. Works his way around Eric Almirola, who's leaving the pit lane from his. Vince?
Well, and Denny's one comment about the race car and its handling is that it's tight. It's been tight throughout the course of the night. It's going to be a 4-tire change for Hamlin. No, they're going to, 4-tire change. Remember, he's had right sides only each of the last 2 stops. No chassis adjustment, though. They're leaving it where it was. Denny Hamlin, a solid stop. Jamie?
Kevin Harvick has led 145 laps, pits from the lead. A 4-tire stop here. The balance is good. No changes. That'll save a little bit of time. They'll get enough fuel. 12.6, Dave.
Casey Kane is in from 8th position. There'll be a chassis adjustment and a 4-tire change for Casey. He said it was sideways on that run. They need to make some changes to help him move forward and perhaps win the race. Vince?
The one of Jamie McMurray has just swung loose, a little bit too loose for his liking. They put the tires on it. Sunoco fuel to the end for the one of McMurray.
Gordon, Johnson, Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, Allmendinger, all in a lap after Kevin Harvick, Dave.
Jimmy Johnson is in now. They'll make a wedge adjustment to the 48 car, 4-tire change, and an air pressure adjustment. Jimmy was running 4th when he came to pit road.
Kyle Busch in for the final stop. It'll be 4 tires for Kyle. The car's very tight. Center would not turn. Air pressure, 4 tires, got it full. He's away. Got to get the car to turn to be able to compete.
Kurt Busch led for a lap. Now he's on pit road for his final stop. Doc?
Kurt said, I'm tight, going to the center and loose off. 4 tires. Going to put 1 round of wedge in the left rear. Watch for that wrench to go in the left rear. There it is now. 4 tires, air pressure change. Tear off, just trying to get him where he could drive the car off, and he's away 12.8. Greg Biffle, very good race car. The one they tested with in Texas, thought they would have a much better mile-and-a-half program. Not a bad one tonight for the Biff. 4 tires, left side tires in, 13.5.
Still just a little bit tight for Austin Dillon, who was running 11th on this run. Looks like a late change to just a right side tire change for the 3.
Yeah, a lot of crew members' hands up in the air when that 3 car pulled away. Now on the track, Jeff Gordon lost a lot of ground to Kevin Harvick in that exchange of pit stops, which is interesting because Gordon's stop was a very good one. Gordon got trapped in a whole pile of traffic when he came out. More on that after Ryan Newman makes his final stop.
12th on this run, Alan. He'll get an adjustment for a race car that was tight on this run. And a 2-tire change, right sides only for Newman.
Trying to steal a little track position late. Carl Edwards, the leader, not yet made a stop. Justin Allgaier, also on the lead lap, not yet made a stop. Edwards slowing here. Allgaier staying out for another lap. Here is Carl, Jamie.
He has been tight all night long. They have adjusted on this car more than any other car in my section. 4-tire call here, 1 can of Sunoco fuel. That'll be enough to get him the last 18 laps here, Alan.
So after Justin Allgaier pits, the cycle will be complete and it'll go back around to Kevin Harvick. So the lead from Harvick over Jeff Gordon was 2.3 seconds before the stops. It's about doubled that now. Actually, it's almost tripled that. Six seconds and some back to Jeff Gordon. And again, the pit stop time on Gordon you saw was a 12-something. It was a very solid stop. But when Jeff came out, he ran right into a wall of traffic. At one point, he was 3 wide with a couple of cars going back and forth on different pit stop schedules, and it really cost the 24 a lot of ground.
Yeah, it sure did. That was just unfortunate for him and the timing of that whole thing. Just to mention one thing, Steve Letarte has left Dale Jr. out here. He is on the lead lap right now, just hoping for a caution that they might could benefit from.
Like he's waving that he's coming in here for next lap.
Well, it could be that he's waving some cars by, too, because he is slower than these cars with new tires.
Certainly cost them a lot of time against the others, but probably worth the gamble in the situation that they're in here.
So Earnhardt Jr. showing in 10th place. Last pitted at lap 268. We're at 319 now. Really hanging on there.
Yes, tough spot to be in when all these other cars have fresh tires on. You need to get as much speed as you possibly can, but you have to be careful not to get run over in this situation. You want a caution, you just don't want to be it.
Yeah. You see, as the pit stops cycled out and we stayed green through the round, Brad Keselowski's back up to 5th position.
He's losing some time. He had been up there. He had Brad those cars falling off now.
Back straightaway, down toward the car 3.
That wasn't surprising.
No. Here's 5th place, McMurray by Keselowski.
Yeah, Brad, by pitting quite a bit earlier than the others, had made up a lot of time by having those fresh tires, but now paying the price for that is the other cars that he'd gotten in front of by that exchange, starting to reel him in and go by.
Kyle Larson, Kurt Busch, 10th and 11th places here. Larson up contending for the lead in this one not all that long ago.
I think he wounded that car when he hit the wall earlier. Hasn't been near the same since.
No, it sure didn't seem that he hit it that hard, but it doesn't take a whole lot sometimes, especially if you already had a car that was a little to that tight side.
The hoped-for caution by Steve Letarte has not materialized. Dale Jr.'s on pit road with 11 laps to go, Vince.
Well, and if Junior is going to advance to the next round of the chase, he's likely going to need to win next week at Talladega. The bad luck last week at Kansas. They had the shifter that broke on them tonight. They've been dealing with a loose race car throughout the second half. Fuel it up and go for Junior in these final laps, 10 to go.
Kyle Larson and Casey Kane. That for 11th and 12th. Give or take how this positional race turns out and where Matt Kenseth is running at the moment. Right now, Kenseth and Kane are tied for the cut line place, with Kenseth having the tiebreaker. Expected late race rally for Casey Kane, or the hoped for, I should say. it's been okay, but it's not been what they needed to contend for the win.
Now, it kind of fizzled here in the last, 40 or 50 laps. He had made his way up, inside the top 10. Looked like he was going to make a charge, but right now it's just not going forward like it was.
Yep.
Yeah, we talked about a number of drivers that aren't in the chase. One that started in the chase inside, did make it through that first cut, but A.J. Allmendinger has had a great night here. He's running in the 8th spot right now. He's just been very solid.
Trouble,
here.
turn 2. Brian Vickers. Plume of smoke, maybe the engine in that 55 car. And the caution is out with 7 laps to go.
Uh-oh.
I hear the Jeopardy music playing on the strategy call here.
It's a whole lot like that 15 car that blew up his teammate.
That the 4th engine failure we have seen here tonight. So Brian Vickers to the garage, caution out, inside of 10 to go. Matt Kenseth gets the free pass. 19th onto the lead lap. Dale Jr. will be the next car not on the lead lap. And let's talk about it here, Andy. Kevin Harvick pitted at 3:11, Jeff Gordon 3:12. We are 16 and 17 laps, 17 and 18 laps of racing later.
Yeah, Kevin Harvick's the one that's going to kind of key what happens here. If he pits, probably a lot of guys going to stay out. If he stays out, I bet you a lot of guys come in. It's going to be a tough situation.
It's that double-edged sword. You're always glad to be the leader, but right here, you almost could just soon not be that guy, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a disadvantage, believe it or not. But, if I'm Rodney Childers right now, I think I'd take my chances staying out. I might keep a lot of guys out with him.
I think he would have some back in the pack that would do that if a lot of the others up front came in that would give it that shot and try to do that.
Pit road open to lead lap cars here.
Uh-oh, here's some of them saying, come on.
I thought that was Rodney's voice.
Yeah, it sounded like
it. I think I'd have to stay out.
Stay out, 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 stay out.
Jimmy Johnson in from 4th place. Not a ton of takers. Dave?
Right side tires.
And you heard the call, 2 right side tires for Jimmy Johnson. Chad said, I think if we don't come in, guys will, and they'll eat our lunch. So Jimmy said, go ahead, you make the call. So right sides for the 48 from 4th place.
How's it going to play out? Less than 5 laps to the finish. NASCAR Nonstop tonight presented by Bank of America. So down to the final few laps. So the Bank of America 500, a split agenda on the caution flag pit stops. Top 9 in the running order now have stayed out. Jimmy Johnson pitted from 4th. He is 10th as they double up. And we're going to go green with just a couple of laps left. Jamie?
Well, Rodney Childers, he's acting like a veteran in the chase, but contrary to that, he has never been in the chase with the driver before, and he's never won in the chase, obviously. When that last caution came out, he said, we are pitting for right side tires. Well, right at the last second, that was a group effort to say, stay out, don't come, because nobody was coming behind him except for the 48. Very calm, cool, and collected when it counts most.
I think it was the right decision. We'll see.
All right, they're doubled up. We're going to have 2 laps of racing scheduled.
Yeah, at least, yes. Don't take your eyes off that one car right there. We've seen him up against the wall on some of these restarts. These guys all have tires that have laps on them. Yep. He's got nothing to lose.
He can be fairly dangerous up there.
Certainly could.
19 cars on the lead lap. Here are a look at the front starters. And again, 2 laps left in the scheduled distance of this race when we get the green flag. Harvick and Gordon on the front row. The 2 have led the most laps tonight. How's it turn out? Harvick's clear, coming to the white flag. They're 3 and 4 wide behind him. We're in the last lap. Larson rim riding around trying to gain all the spots he can. Do they all make it back through the final 2 corners? Checkered flag and a pass through to round 3 of the chase. Kevin Harvick wins it at Charlotte. How many times in the last couple of months has Kevin Harvick led the most laps in a race and had something go wrong at the end? The caution flag, the strategy call, all opportunities presented for something to go wrong. Harvick and his team got the strategy call right, got the last restart right, and he's got the trophy and the pass through to the 3rd round in the championship.
Picked a great time to put it all together at the end of this race. We knew it was only a matter of time before this team. They performed too well at such a high level at every track they've gone to. We know that the driver is capable of getting it done.
Some tempers. Brad Keselowski and Denny Hamlin have tangled. Then Keselowski and Tony Stewart. While Kevin Harvick celebrates with the crowd. Denny Hamlin finished 9th, Brad Keselowski 16th, and on the cool-down lap, there was that. then Keselowski and Kenseth, with Keselowski running into Tony Stewart. Well now, the sparks have flown.
Yes, they have.
And the fenders had bent even after the checkered flag.
We'll have to see what all brought all of that on, but unhappy drivers for sure.
Well, more. That's Matt Kenseth.
You hit me under yellow. You hit me under yellow. You hit me under yellow. Turn it loose. Turn it loose. Turn it loose. Turn it loose. Let it go, Paul. Let go.
I bet the garage is an interesting place to be right now, huh, Dave?
Matt, what is the message you tried to get across to Brad there?
Well, I mean, besides the race, I mean, he knew I was out there. That restart wrecked me, which, you know, I guess I shouldn't have went out there. Really the safety. I mean, he was doing something with Denny there. I don't know if he was mad at him. And then I had my hands off, my seatbelts off, and everything, and he clobbers me at like 50. So the accidents and stuff we had around here, I mean, just race is over. We're trying to come back to pit road. If he wants to come and talk about it like a man, go do that. But to try to wreck somebody on the racetrack and then come down pit road with other cars and people standing around with my seatbelts off and driving aside of me is just unexcusable. It's just, there's no excuse for that. He's a champion. He's supposed to know better than that. He's just, you know, I don't really have anything else good to say.
Matt, you were involved in the 63 to go restart. What was going on there?
On the restart, I just rolled outside of him in the dog leg, and he knew I was there and just ran me out of room, ran me in the wall because he didn't want to get past, which I shouldn't have went there, but there's a lot of guys you can race like that, and they know you're there, and they'll give you the room, and he's usually one of them. He just, he did on purpose, just ran me in the wall because he didn't want to get past.
Thanks, Matt. Full of emotions down here, baby.
Those are the unhappy emotions. Meanwhile, Kevin Harvick blew the right rear fender off his car doing a victory burnout because he was so happy. And Kevin is driven into victory lane. And our victory lane interview is presented by 5 Hour Energy.
Kevin Harvick, you've got the poles. You've been one of the fastest cars every weekend, yet it has been 6 months since you've been back here. What has this journey been like to get here once again?
Well, it's been great, to be honest with you. Everybody on our team has just continued to build better race cars. And, you know, we know that we've had the cars to run up front and lead laps and do the things that we need to do. Things just hadn't gone right. We've made some mistakes. Things hadn't gone right more than not. But just want to thank Budweiser, Jimmy John's, Sprint, all the fans for everything that they do, Outback Chevrolet, Hunt Brothers, Ditech, everybody on this car. This is the night that we needed to win. I don't want to go to Talladega next week.
Kevin, that's what I was going to ask you about. It's a win and you're in scenario. You're going on to the next round with Talladega looming, the biggest wild card. How much relief is that for you?
Oh, we came here and tested, thinking that this was going to be the hardest round to get through because of Talladega. There's so much that you can't control there. We wanted to try to control the things that we could control. Felt like Kansas, and here we're playing to our strengths, and just see where it fell after that and once we get to the next round. So just really proud of everybody at SHR, really proud of all my guys on this team. Just can't thank everybody enough.
It's been a long journey, and Kevin Harvick said, when we put one of these together, look out, he's moving on.
Love to see the happiness and the emotion and the thrill of victory from Kevin Harvick tonight. Led 162 of 334 laps. World-class burnout in celebrating his win, and our Goodyear superior performer tonight is happy, for sure, Harvick. And still plenty more to talk about post-race tonight at Charlotte. We'll be back.
So, his spot is secured for the next round. Jeff Gordon with a great run in second. It was Jamie McMurray in third, Joey Logano fourth, and Kyle Busch rounded out the top five. 6th through 10th, Kyle Larson, Ryan Newman, Carl Edwards, Denny Hamlin, and Casey Kane. And, wow, you talk about pressure to get that monkey off your back, especially going into Talladega next week. It's so... You can't overemphasize it. So important because you don't know what's going to happen next week at Talladega. Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick will be there for the 26th time in his NASCAR Sprint Cup Series career. Harvick is in victory lane, and we're just about to go down. Lenny Matticki, the party's on.
Well, it's a real special ceremony right here. They're putting the decal on the Budweiser Chevrolet. Kevin applying number 3 there. Oh, Kevin, a happy man. You've won a couple of times here. How happy does this win in the Bank of America 500 make you, though?
I can't even tell you how proud of all those guys I am. I mean, just for hanging in there. We've had so much crazy stuff happen to our cars and on the racetrack, and just to have it come down to a pit call, a restart, and everything that, we've been up and down.
Bank of America 500 is over at Charlotte. Though the conversation about it, I trust, is going to continue for some time to come. Kevin Harvick celebrating in victory lane with his first win since Darlington in April, and a pass through into the eliminator round of the chase for Harvick without having to worry about Talladega. Now all of the post-race fireworks. The restart that came with 2 laps to go. Watch the 2 and the 11 here for about 3/4 of a lap.
Yeah, they're up here battling for a top 5 spot. See, the 11 gets a little bit loose there. A little contact, not much. A little bump.
And it goes 4 wide for a minute.
2's momentum was broken and so on. Now on the cool down lap.
Yeah, I can understand them a little bit. They were having some contact at the end of the race. But not sure about some of this other stuff.
I didn't see a whole lot that Denny Hamlin did wrong in that, in trying to race in that scenario there.
Now as the cars stack up at the entrance to the pit road, that's the hit Matt Kenseth was talking about. And while doing that, Keselowski runs into the back of Tony Stewart, so then this. From Tony Stewart's bumper camera.
And that's where all the front end damage came from.
So that the on the track and on pit lane portion of the program. And then, of course, we saw all the fireworks back in the garage with first Denny Hamlin after Keselowski, and then Matt Kenseth making the strong appearance between the hauler, and that escalating rather quickly. More post-race reaction and interviews. Here's Doc.
With Dale Earnhardt Jr., Dale, a lot of challenges, a lot of issues tonight, having to deal with the shifter. How would you describe this night?
Not good. We had a bad vibration, and we ended up just breaking the vibration broke the shifter in half, and it wasn't a good night. The car wasn't handling well, and the vibration was really giving us a lot of problems. So we had it in practice, changed some bulbs and stuff, didn't fix it. So I don't know.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Gordon wanted tonight, but a very strong effort, second place finish, and I know you guys were digging, made a lot of changes throughout the course of the night. How do you see how it finished up?
I'm really proud of that finish, really proud of that effort. You know, Kevin got out there on us after that last green flag stop, so looked like we were going to be second. I didn't want to see another restart because every time we start on the inside, we seem to lose positions, but there at the end, in the whole race, we're just trying to tune to make it better. We got off a little bit, lost some track position. I had some terrible restarts, but there at the end, 4 tires, good adjustments, good restarts, and we were able to get right up in the thick of it. So Kevin was tough. You know, I knew when he got out front it was going to be hard to beat him, but how about this drama? I mean, I'm telling you, this new format has created some serious drama.
Just be thankful you're not in it, right?
I'm glad I'm not in it this time, you know, and I'm really happy about this second. It doesn't make us, by any means, very comfortable going into next week, but a lot better than it could be.
Yeah, nice job tonight. Jeff Gordon, second place.
Jeff gaining about 10 points on the bubble tonight, and we'll see those standings in a few minutes. Everybody's talking about Talladega, and why not? An elimination race on top of that.
On top of that, it's just going to be unbelievable. We're going to see driving like we've never seen it before.
Yeah, you think there's some emotion tonight. Wait till after that one next week.
Join us at the track. Talladega, then on into the eliminator round, Martinsville, Texas, Phoenix, and the championship race at Homestead. Going to be a lot of fun. NASCAR.com/tickets or the number at the bottom of the screen. More post-race still to come from here in Charlotte.
Chairman of the board of Speedway Motorsports Incorporated, Marcus Smith, the president of Charlotte Motor Speedway, everyone involved. My name is Ozzy Altman, wishing you safe travels home and thanking you again on behalf of everyone here for making this night so special.
Post-race fireworks tonight here in Charlotte, and we look ahead to Talladega with our championship standings now. Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick through with their wins at Kansas and here in Charlotte. And now look at the gap. Remember, there are many more points than even that 26 at stake in a race. So even Kyle Busch not safe going to Talladega, and the narrow very slim down through. Dale Jr., Jimmy Johnson, 26 points behind. It's not impossible, but it's a lot of work.
A lot of work to do, but those four that you saw sitting outside of that top 8 right now all have victories at Talladega. They know they can get the job done there.
Yeah, and only one of them is going to possibly get that win, and there's going to be some very good teams that are going to be done after Talladega next week.
All right, while Kevin Harvick and company do the hat dance in Victory Lane, let's check downstairs with Doc.
And Brad Keselowski has come out of the hauler. Brad, a lot of anger vented towards you at the end of this race. Take us to, first of all, what happened with Denny Hamlin?
Well, I think first off, Detroit Genuine Parts Ford was good today. We're probably going to have a 4th or 5th place run and just didn't catch a break in so many different ways, but I'm really proud of everyone on Team Penske. And then, through just this whole sequence of events, I think the 20 car gotten back at me on one of the restarts, just a racing deal. I wasn't mad at him, but when the last yell came out, he got the waiver on him when he came by and swung at my car and tore the whole right front off of it. And when we were restarting 5th with no right front on it, we fell all the way back to 16th and ruined our day and gave us a big chase hurt, which is unfortunate. And then for some reason after the race, the 11 stopped in front of me and tried to pick a fight, and I don't know what that was all about. And he swung and hit at my car, so I figured if we're going to play car wars under yelling after the race, I'll join too. So, those guys can dish it out, but they can't take it, and I gave it back to them, and now they want to fight. So I don't know what's up with that.
What about the contact on pit road with the 20 and the 14 of Tony Stewart?
Yeah, well, I rubbed into the 20, and I think he gassed up and ran into Tony, and I don't think Tony knew what was going on. So he's probably upset, and he has every right to be. His car got tore up, but there was a whole lot of other stuff going on, and I'm sure when he sees the whole situation, he'll understand.
All right, Brad Keselowski coming out to explain his side. Let's go to Dave Burns.
So Denny Hamlin has stepped out of the hauler. Denny, talk about the aggression on the track and the aggression afterwards.
Yeah, we were on that green-white checker. We had Brad behind us. We knew he was going to be aggressive because it's his only shot, but it's, he just ran right into us and knocked us up the racetrack, and I showed him his displeasure on the cool-down lap, and I brake checked him down the back stretch to give everyone the whole story, and then he tried to spin us out. Then we got to pit lane, and he just plowed into the 14 and the 20. 20, his belts were off, and he ran into him, and then ran into us again coming on pit road. Then he went through the garage and did burnouts, and he knocked somebody's transmission clear through somebody else's pit stall. So he was just out of control, and we're just, we got to think about us here going forward. That's an important thing. But NASCAR said no tolerance for stuff like that, and you got to just be a little bit more mature. But I'm proud of my FedEx Ground team. We didn't have the greatest car today, but we battled back, and we had a top 5 car there at the end, and just got knocked around on that restart. So that's unfortunate, but still an overall decent day for us.
So with what NASCAR is telling you, this can't carry over, this has to stop here?
NASCAR hasn't told me anything. They told me, don't go after him. You got too much to lose. If I would have wrecked, he would have been in big trouble. I'd been waiting for him, but he cost us 6 spots, but what goes around comes around.
Thanks, Denny.
All right, well, in the aftermath of all of that, I get your reactions first to the post-race events and incidents and fireworks.
Well, you always hate to see that cars get torn up after the fact, but drivers are going to do that at times. And, what I saw then later on after they got out of the cars, I'm not surprised about that. I mean, there is high pressure in this situation. First time we've ever had an elimination type chase setup, and that has ramped up the pressure that these drivers are feeling, the things that they'll do, the emotions that they will show, and that doesn't surprise me at all. Wish they would keep it in that context and to that, but my goodness, it's if we needed anything else for Talladega, we got it now.
Well, you can see the desperation on the racetrack, and it carried off the racetrack too. And these are good race teams that are backs are against the wall, and they felt like they got used up a little bit, and I can see how the emotions run high.
And in summary on the winner's night, Kevin Harvick went through and got one tonight. The promise that he's shown for the last couple of months, he paid off in this one, and you better watch out for him when it's time to hand out that big trophy down in South Florida in another 5 weeks. Down to the pit studio, Nicole.
we're all down here just kind of shaking our heads after that one, and all I can say is, wow, Talladega, well, that was good. That's going to be boring. Sarcasm. I cannot wait.
I cannot wait either. This is going to be crazy. I mean, look, the 2-car of Brad Keselowski, the 48 of Johnson, the 88 of Dale Jr., they are certified in trouble.
Well, it's
they really are. They got to make something happen at Talladega.
It's like I said earlier, if I would have said to you after 4 races that those cars were going to be at 12th, 11th, and 10th in points, you would have said to me, what? You bumped your head. Well, now it's after 5, and it's the same situation.
They're in trouble. They're in trouble. The 2, 48, and 88 are all in trouble, and I don't know if they can overcome it going to Talladega next week.
They need the entire first half of the field to wreck.
It's going to be.
That's how they overcome it.
This championship format has created so much drama and excitement and pressure. I've never seen the drivers under this much pressure before. And I got to tell you, I like it. I like the controversy. I like what I saw tonight. And I'm happy for Kevin Harvick. He finally closed the deal. He looked great out there.
From lap 1 till the end next week, just watch the whole thing because you never know how it's going to play out. The only driver who doesn't have to worry, well, actually there are 2. That would be Joey Logano, who got the win last week, and Kevin Harvick, who is now safe from elimination after his win tonight in Charlotte. More post-race from Charlotte Motor Speedway after this break and a message from your local ABC stations.
Back live at Charlotte after the Bank of America 500. In all of the excitement of the last couple laps and the post-race chaos, a couple of surprising things turn up when you look at the final results.
Well, yeah, Jamie Murray did a great job getting there. But how about Joey Logano? Where did he come from to finish 4th? We had so many other things going on.
Yeah, Joey Logano and then Carl Edwards, top 10 finish. Kind of quiet all night, but gets a solid finish.
Casey Caden slides into the top 10 also.
Yeah, Allmendinger ran really solid all night. A lot of the last part of the race up inside the top 10. Comes home 12th, though. Austin Dillon rebounds from probably a pit call they wish they had over, but finishes 13th.
Brad Keselowski 16th, Jimmy Johnson 17th, Dale Earnhardt Jr. 20th. The 3 drivers that came in that had that, if not must win, must have a great finish night. And none of them did. Jamie McMurray had a great night. Here's Vince.
Well, one of the teams that's certainly been extremely strong during the course of the chase is this one team of Jamie McMurray. Another good run tonight, third place. I know you're not running for the championship, but you guys have run like championship contenders over the past few weeks. Tonight, another example of it. What's been key over the last few weeks to that resurgence?
Well, we've actually been good all year. I don't know that we've been able to put the finishes together, but our McDonald's Monopoly Chevy was really good tonight. I looked up at one point when I was in second, and Kyle was catching me in third, and a lot of credit to all the guys at the shop, the engineering department, everything that goes into getting our cars here. We struggled in practice, but Keith and Josh did a really good job of putting the right setup in it and then adjusting on it all night long. So really good night for the whole group, Chip Ganassi.
Yeah, well done. Jamie McMurray, third place.
And so from here, we go to Talladega next week.
Yeah, can't wait.
Yeah, they might need to bring boxing gloves for that post race.
It's going to be an interesting one for sure. The elimination race in the contender round in the chase. Next Sunday, the Geico 500 from Talladega. It's on ESPN at 1 Eastern Time a week from tomorrow. And there's an awful lot to think about and talk about between now and then. Look forward to it. A spectacular finish tonight here in Charlotte, and Kevin Harvick picks up his first win in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. Harvick races his way through to the next round of the championship.
I need all the help I get. All right, buddy. Let's go dig deep, focus, get a little luck, we'll be fine.
That doesn't work very good.
Why do I suck so bad? I'm driving my but I'm almost crashing.
Kevin Harvick continuing to lead. Trouble. Ryan Newman goes for a spin. Checkered flag and a pass through to round 3 of the chase. Kevin Harvick wins it in Charlotte.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.